Hello. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing well? Another pause for mission mode. Oh, that's cool, Tessa. Very nice. Well enough. No, you got pink eye? Pink eye? Alright. Jim, friend just sent you a picture from a dark sky site. It's littered with sky trash Elon sats. You, Jim, an astronomer, not liking Starlink? Huh. Interesting. Can we do railroads online for after hours someday this week since we just messing around in general till you move? Oh, fellas, you're not making this easy. you're not making this easier for me, huh? It's okay. I'll see what I can do. I don't know, man. I don't know if there's gonna be after hours this week, dude, because I'm packing and yeah, all this other stuff. But yeah, we'll see. See what we can do. Blue, I have to basically move twice. I have a lot of stuff at my parents' house. Yeah, like 2 automobiles. I'm moving twice. I have to move from the apartment and then I have to move from there too. So I've been packing up stuff here and then I gotta go pack stuff at my. It's been educational. So I'll see what we can do. Okay, but I'm tired, man. I'm like actually tired. I basically went back to the schedule that I did in 2015 where. Like I'm gonna need. Actually, I'm gonna have to do that this week. I really don't have a choice. At least there's not a rush with the stuff at your parents' house. Yeah, that's true. But I have had 2 automobiles sitting in my parents' driveway for the better part of a decade, Tessa. So, you know, I should probably move those. You know. Yeah, man. Yeah, we've been just packing up stuff, throwing stuff away. It's been tough, man. I've literally done like nothing but pack stuff and do logistical work since I logged off on the stream. I didn't even watch the Formula 1 race. We watched part of it during the Falcon 9 launch, but yeah, there may have been other reasons why I shut it off, but you know. Yeah, so we'll see. I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do. Looks like the Cup Series is getting the torpedo. Oh, nice. Hey, Lunchbox. You got the Ronies. Yeah. So, Blue, I'll see what we can do. Yeah. You in that tricky throttle? Yeah. Yeah, they got a word for that. It's called driving off the track. When is the actual move-in day? Jim, we don't really have a move-in day. I have the entire month of August, thankfully, but I could just take the entire month of August off, but I could take the entire month of August off and just move that entire time, but I can't do that. I can't spend that much time away from work. That's no good. So we could always do space news during trains, half serious. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I'll figure something out, I guess. All right, so the content that I wanted to do this week was get the SSTOs running. We've said that with hybrid tech, we can get the SSTOs working correctly, and I think that's true. And I think that's what we're going to do. The NASCAR Cup has not enough torpedoes. Why, did you see what happened on Sunday? Toyota got caught cheating. They got caught cheating, bro. Oh, man. Oops. All right. I've said that hybrid tech should fix it. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, and I'm going to see if we can actually fix the thing. It's their Ricky Bobby moment. Hey, Chief, what's going on? You only watch Daytona and Talladega? That's fair. Yeah, a lot of people do. A lot of people do that. I didn't watch it. I was busy. I mean, to be 100% honest, Primo and I did go to the beach on Sunday afternoon, but it was 100 degrees outside. But the beach was pretty sweet. Look at the GT4. Yeah, they'd never cheat. Yep. See any sharks? No, nothing, Jim. All right. Do I even have the SSTO in here? I don't think I do. I mean, Creation, the water was pretty good, but it was super windy and it was 100. It was like the desert. The sand at the beach looked like sand dunes. Like, you know, you have like the peaks and stuff. It looked like sand dunes, man. It was weird. And if you stayed on the sand, you got sandblasted. So, yeah. We have tides, drummer, yeah. We have tides. The surf sucks, though, because there's a peninsula in the way. I'll show you real quick, and then we'll jump into the SSTO. I'm going to get the small one working, and we'll do some real hybrid tech for it. So, where Brimo and I go to the beach is down by Plymouth. Our Plymouth. It's down here. So, Provincetown, Wellfleet, Orleans, the peninsula is in the way, so the surf kind of sucks. So it's just windy, and I mean, we do have tides. You can see where the tides go. See? I went to the gun store yesterday. Got to be saving up to get myself some iron. Taurus G2C, but also the G3C. I'll be checking out some others when I actually go to buy one. Cool. Gotta admit, though, the cheat with the GT4... Oh, the cheat with the GT4 was cool. I wouldn't call that cheating. I would call that out-engineering somebody. Like the dual-axis steering, Tesla. The dual-axis steering was technically cheating. No, that was out-engineering your enemy. Give credit where credit is due, am I right? Who got caught cheating? Toyota. Joe Gibbs. They got caught cheating, man. Eutelsat might try to acquire OneWeb. Also, we finally have the number of launches to finish the Gen 1 constellation. They've signed for 3 Falcon 9 launches, 2 GSLV launches for Gen 1. And then we know they signed with Relativity and Israel for Gen 2. I spent a few days in Plymouth a couple of years ago. Nice. But yeah, we have tides, drummer. There's tides all up in here. Sure. Someone got a link to the story? I mean, you can just go on the Twitterers, dude. Check this out. Leroy Jethro Gibb? No. Yeah, look. The numbers 11 and 18 cars have been DQ'd from the post-race inspection at Pocono. Chase Elliott wins the race. It's like pinned on NASCAR's front page, dude. I'm sorry, that's really funny. Look. You want to see something even funnier? Watch this. Look it. Where is it? Oh, he was whining about it on Twitter. I think he may have deleted it. Oh, he was whining. Man. It was funny. The video's up near the top. Why did they get the DQ? I forget, dude. I don't remember. Too much information. What's the plan for Friday night racing? First week is nothing. Second week is nothing. Hopefully by the third week we should be good. You guys should race without me. Just race without me. I'll take the DNFs and the points. Oh yeah, there was that. Quick side note. Let's stop talking about racing. We'll get into the space news. Check this out. This is gonna hurt. Watch this. Or listen. Ready? The J2X power pack was a system of components located at the top of the J2 engine, including the gas generator, oxygen and fuel turbo pumps, and related ducts and valves. It fed the thrust chamber, which produced engine thrust. Power pack testing allowed operations to fire the components over a wide range of conditions in order to understand operating limits. Yeah, I know, Platinum. Some kind of wrap on the car? Maybe. Yeah, that sounds right, Meister. Look, you guys want to hear? Listen to this. I gotta shut this off. The A-Test complex consists of 3 facilities: A2, A3. Consists of 3 facilities: Fred Hayes test stand, A2 test stand, and the A3 test stand. Fred Hayes and A2 are single-position vertical firing facilities. The A3 test stand is the only stand in the country with combined capabilities to conduct long-duration tests on full-scale engines at simulated altitudes up to 100,000 feet. Okay, right here. In 2012, they took a J2 power pack and they put it on the A2 test stand and conducted a test of the power pack running for 22 minutes straight. They ran a J2X power pack on the test stand for 22 frigging minutes. And it survived. Most rocket engines won't survive 8. Some of them don't survive 3. Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, that's just the power pack, but still. Oh, this was after it already got canceled, Shaw. 2012. Oh, yeah. I missed the J2. Please come back. I forgot about that. And then Joe landed his rocket, but we'll talk more about that during Space News. Joe finally landed one. Why didn't they just keep that? Yeah, why didn't they just keep that? I know. How many flight minutes have the Merlins racked up? A lot. Yeah, par for the course. But anyway. RL10 is better? Depends on the application. Okay, LV5A launchpad is what we're looking for. Let's go into engineering mode. I'm sure there's a Merlin pushing their 30 minutes out there. Yeah. Yeah, but Loopy, this was 10 years ago, bud. This was 10 years ago. 10 years ago. Man. Ugh. It's so aggravating. How you feeling today? I'm stressed out, Jonathan. A little stressed out. Little stressed out, dude, but I'll be okay. The move is getting real, dudes. It's getting real. That's what's screwing me. Like, it's messing with my head a lot. The move is starting to get really real. Like, up until now, Primo and I have been packing, like, like, stuff that we don't absolutely freaking need out, right? Today, or yesterday and the day before, we started packing down one of the first rooms, like, that we, like, we started packing down one of the rooms, like, taking the furniture down, disassembling everything. We started taking apart our dining room because we don't use it that much because my dining room table has 3D printers on it, but that's another story. Right? So we started really packing down stuff, and the apartment looks like a freaking Minecraft box because there's just cubes of boxes everywhere. It looks like Minecraft. But, and yeah, no, it's just, I have a huge logistical challenge here. But I like logistical challenges. That's not a problem. But it's a logistical challenge nonetheless. Will the 3D printers go in the garage when you move? Yep. I can use them to prototype car parts. Yep. Both of them are going into the shop. Did I see your last DMs? I did ask, but I didn't get time. I didn't get time to reply to them. Let me, you know what? Does this pass the test? Let's take a look, dude. I'll do that right now. You want me to show it on stream or no? I won't show it on stream if you don't want me to. Put cat on stereo? Yeah. Alright, here. Alright, we'll get into the pad in a second. I promised S I would help him with this, guys. So, let's take a look, fellas. What do you think? Feast your eyes on what S Master's looking for. Okay. This Jeep's been repainted. It's been repainted. Look at the difference in color right there. It's been repainted. That's the first thing I can tell you right now. It's sun damaged, so it sat outside. That's the reason why it was repainted. See the difference in color? It's not a big deal. It's still cool, but another thing is that a lot of times people put these fender flares on their vehicle to cover up rust. This doesn't seem to be the case there. Yep, see a lot of oxidized paint right there, so it's sat. Okay. It's missing a bumper bracket back there. Those parts are easy to find. I like the wheels. Wheels and tires are cool. It's got the 4-liter. That's what you want. Okay. Let me take a look here. This guy showed the rockers. Usually when people show the rockers, that means it's pretty damn clean. There is a dent right there. There's a dent, and it is rusting. Somebody didn't jack the truck up correctly on the lift point and bent the seam right there, and it's rusting because of that. That's textbook right there. That's not a lift point. The lift point's over here, where the unibody is. You try to jack the truck up on that, it's going to bend it. See right there, S? It bent. Either that or the guy's done some rock crawling. This all looks clean under here. These things rust back here. They rust back up in there on the frame. I don't see any rot, Tessa. There is a dent in the rocker right there, but it looks okay. Yeah, see? Yeah, a guy posted pictures of the rockers. Yeah, this all looks good. It really doesn't look too bad. I'm wondering what's behind those panels, though, dude. Yep, pretty Spartan interior. It's not supposed to be complicated. You got an automatic, that's fine. Guy has the Haynes manual on the front seat, though. That's a repair manual. Overspray? I'm not sure. See, something's crusty right there. Looks like there's a dirt dauber nest in the jam right there. Rear driver's side door, rear panel gap. All right. Let me take a look, buddy. We've got more oxidized paint right there. Yeah, if like, and this is just because that's bent. It's all bent out of shape. It's fine. This is okay. I mean, as like the thing about the Jeeps, I'm not even worried about the motor and the transmission. I know the motor and the transmission's going to be fine. It really does. Like, I really don't give a frick. The 4-liter is unkillable. Same with the transmission. You can't break these things. I only know of one guy, and he's in chat, that's ever broken one of these things. Yeah, see? Look at it. It's all clean in there. How much does this guy want for this? 3,500? Go 3,000 in cash. Bring 3,000 in cash to him. You'll get it. It's nice. Nice truck. I mean, if you don't mind the oxidized paint, it's a nice truck. Read the description. Okay. 97, California car. Yeah, California car. That's probably right because the paint got destroyed by the California sun. That's correct. So that's probably not a lie. Very solid body, no rust, 216. Oh, that's whatever. Donor engine at about 200K with similar miles out of a 97. Interesting. He actually blew the engine. Interesting. New front buckets out of a 97. Yeah, I was gonna say the front seats are cloth and the rear seat is leather, which is a little weird. But whatever. Transmission was rebuilt at 190K. That explains the Haynes manual. And this also explains the Haynes manual, why it's there. Tow hitch comes with, was removed to swap the fuel pump. Yep. Came with a 3 to 4 inch lift. Has transmission lowering kit. 245/75 R16. Needs new battery. Whatever, that's easy. Set of stock wheels available. Lots of extra parts to go with it, including the engine. So, the Haynes manual being in there, dude. The Haynes manual being in there is there because the guy did all the work to it, not because it broke. Well, it is kind of because it broke. Like I said, you don't have the Haynes manual in the front seat unless something's broken. But yeah, this seems like something that the guy drove during the summer. To be honest, this hasn't seen a northeast winter. It's really easy to tell because there would be nothing left right here. But somebody did try to jack the truck up on the body seam, which is not what you're supposed to do with this. But this panel gap, that gap looks all right to me. Yeah, the guy just did his own maintenance. Go at him with 3,000 cash. See what he says. No, and okay, don't. Here's the thing. Don't do the millennial thing. Don't do the Zoomer thing. Don't call the guy and be like, "Yo, I got 3,000 cash." That doesn't work. Show up at the dude's house, ring the dude's doorbell, put 3,000 in the guy's face. I really like this truck. I can tell that you took care of it. I have 3,000 in cash right here, right now. Bring 3,250 with you just to be sure. Serious. Go to the bank. Cash out. Hey, your title got me thinking. I was thinking of doing a rocket that lands like a plane, similar to what you did before. I did see you fly it for a long time. Did you like the design? Did it end up being a good lifter? The SSTOs? Yeah. Something timing off. I have no sound from this. There's no sound on these vidges. Will do. He's out of town, but I'll meet Saturday morning. I'm serious. You show up. Guys put 3,500 on there because he's trying to highball you. Like, they want to get the best deal. But showing up with 3 G's in cash, like, don't flash it in the guy's face. Be like, I got 3 grand in cash on me right now. I will buy this from you right now for 3,000 bucks. And see what he says. The guy will probably say 3,200 or 3,250 or something. He'll try to meet you in the middle, which is why I said bring 3,250 just in case. But don't tell him you have 3,250. You have $3,000. I have $3,000 cash right here in my pocket. Do that. Trust me, they usually say yes. Because money talks. If you bring $3,000 with you there, that shows you want it. That actions speak louder than words. If you call the guy and be like, "Hey, I got 3 grand in cash. I'll give it to you. I'll buy it right now." He'll be like, "Yeah, okay." No. Click. In other news, I won a pair of carbs for my bike for $30 off eBay. Very nice. Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, that's not right. Or 2750 me to 3K. Lavish, you could do that too. I'm not sure in this economy, dude, that going 2750 is a good idea, because all the guy will hear is 2. He'll see the 2 and be like, huh? Because car prices are going through the roof because supply lines. You know? Yeah. It's a nice truck, dude. Those XJs, I'm telling you, those engines last forever. Forever. They last forever, and even if it does break, you can fix it in the backyard, which is clearly what this guy did. You can fix it in the backyard. Ask Sawyer, he's working on one right now. They're really easy to work on. I had an XJ. It was my sister's car, but I had it. When she went off to college, I drove it around. It was excellent. Great truck. It's not. It's really good. It's very simple. It's very easy to work on. The interior is kind of cheap, but that's whatever. It's not supposed to be complicated. You'll see what I'm talking about. The thing will never let you down. It'll never give you up. Yep. That, and there's tons of parts for this. They made Jeeps for. They made this style, which is called an XJ chassis. They made it from like 1982 to like 2002. It's like my truck. There's tons of parts for it. Where did he learn to negotiate like that? Trying to rickroll yourself? No, I've rickrolled you. Yep, 216. Yep. This is an AMC design, believe it or not. A little bit of backstory on these things. It's an AMC design. It was designed by Richard Teague. Richard Teague designed this. Remember the guy that scribbled the design for this car on a napkin? Yeah, that was Richard Teague. Also Richard Teague. If you like Wayne's World, true story, designed that car too. Ah, the Murphmobile. I currently have my old RX 580 posted up for 250 to keep getting people trying to offer me 150 for it. That's what I mean. Always highball. Always highball. This guy, that's the car hustle, dude. The truck, what's the blue book on this thing? The blue book on this thing is probably 2750, but the guy doesn't want 2750. He's not going to sell for half price. The guy's got to make some money off of it, you know what I'm saying? So he'll market at 3500. People do this all the time. This is car selling 101. Dude, I love those cars, man. Pacers are cool. Richard Teague was a great automotive engineer. He's up there with John DeLorean with me. John DeLorean, Iacocca didn't design cars, but he knew how to sell them. Let me see, Tessa. Bidding on this item has ended. I can't see. Oh, there it is. Oh, Kawasaki. Very nice. Correct, Loopy. That's right. You got it, buddy. Loopy, you'd actually be good at buying. You'd be good at wheeling and dealing. One, because you could see right through the crap. Two, you don't like cars. You don't like cars. You have no emotional attachment to them. I'm serious. You'd be good at wheeling and dealing. Dead serious about that. It's better if you don't have any emotional attachment. Me, I have a problem because I like cars. You know, it's harder to do that when you. Back to Kerbal. It's harder to do that when you like them. And Flykin, second thing, don't buy a damn Taurus, please. With firearms, you get what you pay for. Seriously, don't cheap out. Don't buy junk. Buy something right. Save up a little bit more and buy something. Buy the nice thing. Trust me on that one. You don't want to cheap out when you literally have an SRB going off in your hand. Don't cheap out. Trust your boy on this one. I mean, Big Zig, Browning high power is my favorite. I like high powers because the Belgians know how to freaking make guns. Sig is good too, Yuri. Sig would be great. Smith, it really depends on what you want. Yeah, avoid anything that says mil spec. Yeah. Exactly, Tessa. You don't want to cheap out when it comes to firearms. Like, I know some people probably aren't into guns, and that's fine. But the thing about it is that you got to think about what this thing is doing. Would you cheap out on a rocket design? No. Not a good idea, because it'll probably break, right? You don't do that with guns because there's a freaking explosion going off in your hand. Be careful. Don't cheap out on that stuff. Excuse me. The guy at the store said he EDCs the Taurus G2C. I like the XDM. Dude, just... Caltech has some silly looking firearm. Caltech? Yeah. Caltech is, yeah, strange. Are you a Smith guy? Yeah. Yeah, me too. Me too, Artyom. Yeah. My dad did work with them, selling them tools to make gun bores. Oh, yeah. All right. So. Yeah, do not buy it. Do not buy a Taurus. I love Glocks, but the no safety isn't great for a first buyer. Yeah, dude, don't. No, here. All right, look. This. Get a P226. You can't lose. Those are great guns. You cannot lose with that. Get a P226 chambered in 40 S&W. You can't lose. That is a great starter gun. Great gun. That one right there. P226s or whatever. I don't know if I don't even know if they make P226s anymore. Or a Walther PPK 7.65 millimeter. Only 3 men I know use such a gun. Yes, I believe I've killed 2 of them. Lucky me. I think not. Walther makes a good gun. Sig is where it's at though. Sig is where it's at, and also just on a side note, Sig just nailed a gigantic freaking contract with the Army. They're replacing the M4 and the M16, guys. Yeah, true story. We're not gonna. US ain't using that as a frontline weapon no more. Crazy. I never thought I'd see the day. Thoughts on 1911 frames for concealed carry? He had quite a few 1911s. 1911s, you can't go wrong, Flykin. There's a reason why they've been making that gun design for over 100 years. It's a great design. That's what I mean. Look up Browning high powers. The thing is, I'm not sure if 45 ACP is a good starting cartridge for someone, man. You probably want a 9mm or something. What are they getting replaced with? I forget the name of the damn thing. Next generation squad weapon. MCX Spear, that's what it's called. This thing is ridiculous, guys. They have a, what is it, a 6.4? 6.4 by something or other? I forget. That it's replaced by that guy. It's an AR style weapon, but the spear is nuts. It shoots oh, where is it? Here we go. 6.5. Is it 6.5 Creedmoor? That's the one, right? Wonderful video on the gun. Yeah, that's Garantham, dude. I remember. I watched Garantham all the time, dude. 277 Fury. Guys, this thing is like, okay. It's hard to, not a lot of you guys are into bullets or whatever, right? But here's how I would describe that new round that spear shoots. Think Space Shuttle SRB, a 4-segment Space Shuttle SRB with a Falcon 1 upper stage and a Falcon 1 fairing on top of it. Think of that. That's what that bullet is like. They're shooting a slightly bigger diameter cartridge but there's so much powder behind it. Dude, the bullet looks ridiculous. It looks weird. It looks like SLS Block 1. I'm not even kidding. It's this big honking bullet with this tiny freaking... Look. There it is, the top one. It's this big honking bullet with tons of powder behind it, and it's this big honking shell casing with this tiny little bullet on the top. Look at this little bullet. It's so tiny. It's so tiny. Look at how much powder it has behind it. Now, if anybody watched Slow-Mo Guys over the weekend, you saw what that 9mm did to that glass, right? That. Maybe, yes, I don't know. I'm not doubting you're suggesting on Taurus, but could you explain why they're bad? Because you get what you pay for with firearms. Like, in Taurus is Brazilian, if I'm remembering right, and there's not necessarily anything wrong with it, but they make license-built versions of other guns. Like, the PT-92 is just a Beretta. It's a cheaper Beretta. Like, okay, look, there's nothing wrong with wanting to save money. Like, if you look at a PT-92, it's just a Brazilian-made Beretta. Right? That's got some nice... That's nice. That's nice. But, here's the thing, dude. With guns, you get what you pay for. Every time. If it's more expensive, that's because it's better. Alright? It's not like... You're not looking at, like, you know... 3D printers here or something, right? You got to be careful with this stuff, and you got to make sure that it's right. So it runs such higher chamber pressure to allow it to punch through body armor. Yeah, Gratian, because with enough thrust, anything will fly, right? It's the same. I mean, that's not exactly how that works. The gun way of saying that is with enough powder behind it and a high enough chamber pressure, you're gonna punch through body armor no matter what bullet you have. It's all Newton's third law. It's the same thing. He carries a Taurus 38 special. You can't. Well, revolvers are simple, John. Yeah. 3/8 snub. You can't lose with 3/8 snub, no matter what it is. But yeah, flanking. You get what you pay for with firearms, dude. And I'm not saying don't buy the Taurus, but you got to remember when you shoot this thing, there's an explosion going off in your hand. Just take that into account. That's all. Makes for a great club when it jams up, right? I like SA80s. Oh wait, no. I don't like SA80s. That's the L85. No. No. Jessa, this is the best gun England ever used, right there. No. SA58, not SA80. Yeah. See that? That's a Chad tier gun right there. Nobody likes the SA-80. Yeah, because it's Dookie. The right arm of the free world, baby. That's one of my favorites, dude. I will get one of these days. Could you see my last when you get a moment? Sure, Moto. How does one make same vessel collision enabled from the hangar? I always try to use an action group as I'm loading in to the pad or runway. Am I missing something? Well, on non-physicsless parts, dude, G3 or FAL, I like the G3 as well. Creation, I like the big calibers, dude. I'm a big guy. I can handle a big weapon like that. It's really not an issue. I mean, it's still gonna get a bruise right here at the end of the day, but I like big, heavy hitting stuff like AKs, FALs, M14s, AR-10s, SR-25. I love stuff like that. That's my favorite, dude. All right. M82. That's a little big even for me. That's a big gun. 50 BMG because frick you. Frick you. Frick your body armor. And frick the guy behind you, his body armor. And frick the guy behind him and his body armor too. Frick all you. SKSs are nice, Creation. Cool little gun. Not expensive either. And Mosins, obviously, Mosins. Mosins are, I love it, dude. Love them. 10 gauge? I don't know if I can handle a 10 gauge. A Dishka? Oh gosh, Grayson. I don't know if I can tote that thing around, dude. Probably not. Not a Dishka. No. I'll take a 16-inch gun. Well, I don't think you can move those around. Fun prod.
Discovery.
Hey, Vega, 16-month resub. Okay, Moto. So, some parts that are non-physicless, you could just enable same vessel out of the box. Right there. See? Enable same vessel collision. One and done. Okay? There are other parts, like the Physicsless Parts. Okay? There's a thing on this, though. Hear me out. Physicsless parts, right, will work. But you have to get the exact center of the part not colliding with something. So what does that mean? All right. Here, you guys are just in time for a standard EJ explanation. So what I've noticed, dude, is that, say this is the outside of your hinge, right? Say that's the outside of your hinge. And say you have the socket for, the bearing for your hinge right there, okay? I've found that this thing, these things will collide with each other, Moto, but they can't be clipping into each other too much. If they clip into each other, then it don't work. It doesn't collide for whatever reason. You have to, and this is why I use absolute snap. Because if you absolute snap, right, these parts, you know it's going to be right. But if you do use absolute snap, you're going to have a lot of play. You don't necessarily want that because that takes all the good stuff about hybrid tech and ruins it. So there's a reason why I use the same hinge every time. I know this hinge works, but also right here, if you look at that, see how it is clipping a little bit? It'll work for the most part as long as you get this part centered. As long as see where the widget is, see where the arrows are? You should be able to get away with that. Sometimes you have to when you use hybrid tech the way that I use hybrid tech. But just to make sure I've exhausted all options here, here's what you got to do. You click on the part and then you hit enable same vessel collision here and here and bind it to, I always just bind it to AG1 and I use enable, not toggle. My grandfather used to have a Dragunov. My grandfather used to have a Mosin. He would shoot it at big tree trunks and would come out the other side. It's a Dragunov? Oh, the SVD is a good weapon. Yeah. Yeah, make sure you do enable same vessel and make sure that the parts got they have a little bit of space to play around. So, all right. This is the small SSTO pad, fellas. The small SSTO pad, it works. It's okay. It's pretty good. Yeah, I know. Small SSTO pad, right? Yeah. So, what we're going to do this week is fix all the problems with the SSTO program. The biggest problems that we had from the SSTO program wasn't that the designs were bad. The SSTO works great. It works excellent, actually. It flies perfect. The big one and the small one. We weeded out all the problems. We had problems with the big one in landing, but we fixed it. We fixed it by re-engineering the entire chassis of the vehicle, but it does work. So, that just leaves some integration problems, okay? And honestly, the thing that I really didn't get right with the SSTOs is how to handle them on the ground correctly. That's the reason why we had so many problems. And that starts with the pad. And we were just using robotics to get this to work, so it drifted all over the place and it didn't really end well. Now, check this out. You want to see something crazy? Take a look. You have to have advanced tweakables enabled too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Tessa. There's also that. Yep. But yeah, I don't mind talking firearms with you guys. That's actually kind of cool, but I don't know if that's necessarily appropriate for the channel, but I like the engineering behind them, dudes. That's what makes that's what my favorite part is. Hey, Gagans. 77-monther, dude. Thank you very much. All right, so we have the hybrid tech, and if you look, Moto, take a look. You see how it popped into place when I hit 1? It was down here, but it popped in. You know that's how you know it's working. Now, my recommendation here is try to get it to the point where it doesn't pop in. Because if you have something where you need to activate the hybrid tech to get it to stand upright, that means it probably wasn't structurally sound in the first place. We ran into that problem with the crane the other day. Remember the crane? I had it out here and we grabbed the thing and it just blew up. Yeah. So Space News don't know how to feel about it. I don't really want to talk about it, guys. They've been saying that for years. Next thing, Creation. So another cool thing, Moto, right, is if you attach the RCS ball to a robotic part, if it's attached to an animatable part, the option in the part action window here for same vessel collision will automatically pop on. It'll be there. Now, we knew that worked. We knew that worked before I came up with hybrid tech, but the thing is that it still drifts around. So if you want to make like the strongest thing, here, I'll show you. You want to make the strongest hinge? Here's how you do it. We know physicsless parts don't drift. They do not move around, okay? So here's how I would make the strongest hybrid tech hinge that I can possibly make. So start with a physicsless part like this, okay? Say you want to make a hinge, right? This is the strongest way to do it, I guarantee you. And I probably should have done this with the crane the other day, but that's all right. So get a G11 hinge like this, right? Get a G11. I don't like damping forces on it because it's a hinge. You don't really want damping forces there. I set the traverse rate to whatever I need, and then we go from there. And then we take another physicsless part, okay? Take 2 of them. So now you have physicsless part, robotic physicsless part, right? Now, what you do is you take the hinge and you attach the hinge to the lower physicsless part. And then you attach the RCS to the upper physicsless part. And then, you know, gizmo it into position, right? Now you have an extremely strong hinge. The hinge is basically bound up by those physicsless parts. You know the physicsless parts don't drift. Remember, Charlie don't surf. Physicsless parts don't surf. Sorry. Weird quote. Anyway, this is the way that works the best. At least that's what I've found. And there is tons of physicsless parts that you can screw around with and test with. But I like using these octags. I know that this works. And with that being said, I'm going to... You know what? I probably should have done that for the crane design. I rushed it, though, and it ended up blowing up in my face, quite literally. So I'm going to do that with this design. I'm going to go through, and I just did this real fast just to screw with this and test it. But I want to really mess with this. Now, let me show you what I'm talking about here. So I am going to... It's a sandwich of non-drifting parts. That's the best way that I figured out to do it. Loopy, that's what I want to work on this week before I move. I want a fun project like this. And I want to see if hybrid tech can really prove that the SSDOs were working. I thought it'd be a good send-off before I move. A fun project to screw around with. I thought, boss, what is the largest physicsless part? I don't know. Now, what are physicsless parts for people that are coming in from the Kerbal directory? If you don't know me, I'm EJ. I like breaking the game. That's my favorite thing to do. I figure out ways to use the parts in KSP to build stuff that nobody would ever think about building. Now, these are all the physicsless parts. Batteries are physicsless parts too. Geardings, what's up? What's up, Dom? How you doing? Z100? No. The Verners, physicsless. The thrust blocks, flags, Tessa. I forgot it. Dude, I always forget about that. Flags are physicsless parts. That 375 or the flat flag, physicsless, you can make a huge piece with that thing. I'm wondering, Tessa, I'm also wondering what the colliders are on these curved flags. Physicsless part hinge, right? Like, that's what we've been messing with. That might be a good way to do that, just on a side note. Fuel line, FLA5 adapter, that's a good piece. The FLA5 is a physicsless part, and it's a nice plate to attach stuff to. The Kraken drive that we're using, I use this as the front plate for it, but I think we switched to a heat shield. Are you going to Florida for Artemis 1? Need backup? I'm not 100% sure on that. I'll have an answer for you in a couple of weeks, because I'm not sure how well moving is going to go, and then I have some prior obligations. I might not be able to go down to it, but I will cover it if I can. How can they be physicsless and have colliders? Physicsless parts just mean the part isn't simulated and it applies its part data to the part in front of it. Yes. That doesn't mean it doesn't collide, and that doesn't mean it doesn't have hit detection. It's the physics simulation is offloaded to another part. Kerbal did that. The Kerbal developers did that for optimization purposes, so you're not simulating every single RCS ball on your freaking vehicle, or every single cubic octag, or every single strut. Well, struts aren't physicsless, but you get the idea. It's not. It is susceptible to collisions, but it's not susceptible to, like, aero, for instance. So you know how, like, the fairing takes what's inside it and applies the physics information of what's inside it to the fairing plate, right? So you get better aerodynamics. This thing does the same thing, but with the aero simulation in general. Physicsless parts are applied to whatever they're attached to. The mass information is applied to the next part, and it'll adjust the next part's, you know, fit how the next part up in the hierarchy works based off of that. The struts themselves are physicsless, but they do a physical connection. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Hey, Hoolies, what's going on, buddy? Anyway, so we have this. I want to show you guys. We did apply some very basic hybrid tech to this just to see what would happen. And take a look. See what we found here. It's pretty ridiculous. So, the hybrid tech actually exposed some weird things about this pad that I would not have seen. I would not have been able to see it otherwise. Because we basically shored up half of the struts for this thing. Yeah, we had there was some really weird problems with this thing, and I'll show you. So let me hit one. You see the hybrid tech knocked itself into place. Now check this out. Watch. So the master rotational control, T rotational control, launch table rotational control. Everything is good. So let's play. Just wait a second. So it rotates. The keen-eyed will notice that I never got these things synced up completely, so they don't they're not exactly lined up just because of distance of hydraulic to pivot point. Because these are closer and those are further away, these have more leverage, so the launch table always rotates before this thing does. That's something that we should probably fix. Okay, so we're in the upright position, right? Everything is good. Watch this. So I already did change it on the controller here. I'm pretty sure I changed the cow controller to get this to reflect this right. But if you notice, these struts right here are only stopping at 0.26. They're only stopping at 0.26, right? And how the whole launch table is supposed to work is this fairing right here is supposed to sit on that structural tube. And they have same vessel collision on. It's supposed to sit on that thing, and that's your structure, along with the 4 beams on the outside. The funny thing is that when this thing is in the straight up position, right? If we go to control from here, it's at 89 on the dot. Or it should be 89.9, but it's only 89 here. Watch what happens if we go further with this hydraulic. We need to get that thing completely straight up. Now watch. Now it's almost pointed straight up. Look, see that? I would not have caught this if it wasn't for the hybrid tech. The hybrid tech is what shows this. It exposes some really interesting binding problems with the pad. See that? So I have them stop at 0.26 because 0.26 is the point that they get to before they start bending like that. And 0.26 doesn't line the pad up. It doesn't line the pad up correctly. See? It's all misaligned. I don't know how I missed this. It's probably in the rush to get it done. But that is a critical problem. Why is that a critical problem? Well, that means that every time the SSTO was sitting on this pad fully fueled, it was binding this hydraulic. That hydraulic was getting compressed, and it was drifting out of position. And that means that every time we use this pad, every time we went to reuse this pad, this would bend out of shape more and more and more and more and more and more until it basically was unusable, or the whole thing exploded when I tried to put an SSTO on it. Now, I did figure out a lot of the bugs with this pad before we solved it with hybrid tech, because I worked on the small SSTO before the big SSTO, right? But oh my goodness, if this problem is manifesting itself with the small pad, I don't even want to know what the big pad's doing. The big pad probably has these problems left and right, and that's probably what led to the SSTO blowing up on the pad back in last December. The large SSTO, I had $2 million worth of pad and SSTO out ready to go, and something bound up on the pad and blew up the entire vehicle. Good times. Hey Milo, what's going on? Sorry, random question. My car dealer keeps emailing about my extended warranty, not joking. It's a 2015 with only 24,000 miles on it. Is it worth extending it? No, take care of your car and you'll be fine. So, Moto, these little binding problems here, I can't see it. I couldn't have seen that without hybrid tech, because now that the rest of this stuff is frozen, this stuff doesn't move around, right? Because this stuff doesn't move around, right? And this stuff is allowed to bend and flex. This thing would not have been shown to me. I would not have seen this, because that part would have been drifting a little bit, right? And then these parts up here would have been drifting a little bit, and then those parts right there would have been drifting a little bit. Basically, this stretch that's happening right here it wouldn't have been that apparent, because it would have had a little bit of stretch to this hinge, a little bit of stretch to the next hinge, to the next hinge, to the next hinge. That stretch and that binding would have been exposed over the entire project, or it would have been over the entire moving mechanism of this thing. So I wouldn't have seen it. That is a huge issue right there. That's a huge issue. These hydraulics hold the stupid plate up until it rests flat on here. That's a huge problem. That'll cause big issues with the pad. Now, like I said, on the small SSTO pad, it'll be because this was binding up. It'll bind up and this thing will eventually drift out of position. But with the big SSTO pad, because the hierarchy gets so complicated, because it's like 1,600 parts worth of pad and SSTO, it'll cause an explosion. Somewhere in the hierarchy won't like it. So what we're going to do is, I'm going to go in and I'm going to re-engineer all these pieces to work correctly. I'm going to re-engineer the whole thing. I'm going to re-engineer it, and I'm going to get this thing running. And then what I'm going to do is work on a better way to attach the SSTO onto this so this doesn't bind up. There are binding problems here. They're all over the place. And this is showing that there is. None of this stuff is completely lined up. None of it's completely true. We have to fix that. That's what I'm going to fix today. Now, for the newer viewers, or for people that are here because you don't know me, I build launch pads for my rockets. I have 15,000 hours in Kerbal, and I'm not trying to say that to be like, well, I have 15,000 hours. This is the way you play Kerbal correctly. No. I'm not trying to do that. I like challenging myself. This is the challenge. I don't really have any fun just putting a rocket out on the pad and hitting the go button. That's boring. That doesn't do anything for me. So to fix the SSTO, we need to fix the pad. Yes and no, Loopy. The pad is the big one, but it's not only the pad. We also have to fix how the SSTO sits on the pad. If we fix that, we can fix all the binding problems. So let me show you. So how my SSTO sits on this is it's sitting on the fairing in the center. See that? It sits on the fairing. Fairings are good high collision parts, so you don't need to worry about it messing up too much. But that's it. It uses that, and it uses auto struts to sit on this every time. I use auto struts to get the thing to hold into position. Now, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad way to do things. However, auto struts will be different every time if I go to dock this thing a little bit differently every time, because this binds out of position. The auto struts it'll always strut in a slightly different way every time, and that manifests itself because I had a nominal clearance for the SSTO. The SSTO could be pointed straight up at 89.6 and it wouldn't be a problem, right? That's too much of a nominal window, especially with all the binding stuff that was exposed right here. That means that the auto struts aren't holding the thing correctly every time. It's holding it in a slightly different way. It's not holding it in the exact same way every time. That's no good. That invites deviance into the pad. And my guess, Loopy, is that coupled with the binding problems is why the big SSTO exploded. So, what does that mean? That means we need better ways to integrate this thing. We need better ways to lift it up instead of just a freaking air brake. I need better ways to hold it in position. Better hoist points, basically. I need a way to park this thing on here, pilot the hold down points with like hybrid tech, and then lift it up so the docking ports go into position. So that means we're going to need to re-engineer this plate a little bit. That's no problem. And then we got to work on the hold points. I also want to make sure that our hold points on the SSTO are actually using the Physicsless hold down points that we developed from the MLV. We know that those can hold up a lot. And what I was going to show you is how the real thing was supposed to be held down. So there's a model of the pad, right? This is the small one, Cammy. I'm trying to fix it. There was a picture of the pad. Hey! Hell yeah. That's my truck. So check this out, Lube. See? Explosive bolts. They're explosive bolts. But I'm thinking if we sub out some Physicsless parts here and I redo the hierarchy of the launch box a little bit, I can get this thing to work. Third! Oh, I figured you'd appreciate this. On Saturday, I got to speak with Mike Massimino for like half an hour. You were at Comic-Con. Cool. It was very cool. Got to shake his hand and can officially confirm that his favorite shuttle is Atlantis. Of course, he flew on Atlantis. There was no problem with the actual SSTO, correct? There was some pilch. No. In terms of like, once the SSTO has left the pad, it works excellent. It is great. It's a fantastic piece of equipment. Both of them. They're one of the best vehicles I've ever designed. Ever. Like, I can't do better than that. We can now with the hybrid tech, but in terms of like how the vehicle flies, in a, like, you know, its entire flight regime, uphill, on orbit, downhill, it don't get better than what we had. The SSTO is a beast, man. It's a really, really insanely good design. Like, I spent 6 months designing it. That wasn't your truck. It had 4 wheels. Didn't you have issues landing the large one? I exposed a hierarchical flaw with the large one by doing drop test, Blueland. Yep. We fixed it. I fixed that flaw. That was one of the last things we did before I said, screw it, I'm too stressed out, I can't do this. Freaking holiday. 2021 sucked. That year sucked. That entire year sucked. Not on stream. It was great on stream, but stress, man. Stress got to me a little bit. CTSNG is pretty good. Well, someone, yeah, CTSNG is good. But you know what I got? You know what I kind of want to do, fellas? I want to start messing with my career mode save again, and I just want to use Collins in the career mode save. No pad, no nothing. Just use the shuttle in the career mode save. I think that would be fun. So, you know, we can get some launches. We can get some shuttle launches, and then, you know, like say 1 week we'll work with career, and then the next week we work with mission mode. I think that would be more fun that way. Would you use the large SSTO instead of MLV? I don't know. I don't know. I wish we could have made a newer, bigger SSTO with the K90 fairing and see 5 meter payloads with an SSTO. There's always the project of building Star Raker, but I'm not sure you guys want to see me go into engineering for that long, because Star Raker is basically the end-all be-all of launch vehicles. I'll just get you an image. Star Raker was a plan that was proposed by Rockwell as kind of a successor to the space shuttle. It's funny because Rockwell already designed the space shuttle. They proposed this in the late 70s. There it is next to a Dash 100, 747. They proposed this in the late 70s, not the late 80s. Well, when the shuttle was basically coming into its own at the beginning of the 80s, right? Star Raker is basically, it's basically what happens if you took Concorde, the space shuttle, and the XB-70 and made them all one vehicle. So what Star Raker was supposed to be is this gigantic honking delta wing thingamajigger, right? And it would have had a gigantic payload bay in the front half. And then, in the back half of it, I don't want to use hyperbole to kind of hype this up, because this was, I don't know if this ever would have worked or anything. There's an SLS core built into the back of this thing. Pretty much an SLS core, minus 1 shuttle engine. Yeah, the payload bay goes from about here forward, and it's a gigantic payload bay, right? It would have been bigger than a C5's payload bay. You saw it next to a 747. The entire back half of the vehicle is an SLS core, no joke, or just basically a shuttle external tank, but it's an internal tank with 3 shuttle engines in the center. So what this thing would have done is used ramp intakes like on the Concorde with an afterburner to get going past, you know, up into like Mach 5 to get up to hypersonic, and then it would have flown on a huge arc up like this, basically, which would have imparted enough velocity on the vehicle to basically mimic the ascent profile of the SRBs. And then they would have air-started the RS-25s, air-started the shuttle main engines, and then it would have flown up into space just like the space shuttle. Yeah. And then those 2 little holes on the back there are your orbiter maneuvering system. This thing would have been the end-all be-all. It doesn't get better than that. Like, that's like basically cheating. Now, here's the thing. Star Raker, it was a proposal. It was a paper rocket. Nobody knows if it would have worked or something. Rockwell thought it could. And Rockwell made some pretty interesting planes before Boeing bought them out. Like that one. If you looked at a paper concept of that plane, you would have been like, what? That's okay. They engineered the B-1. They engineered the space shuttle. They made some insane planes for the time. Rockwell was they're North American. So they engineered that, the B1. There's a bunch of crazy stuff in here. Sabre, yeah, they're North American basically. Rockwell was absorbed with another company. North American merged with Rockwell and became they became North American Rockwell. So now, if you're wondering, North American, merged with Rockwell. North American made the P-51D, pretty good plane, right? They also made the space shuttle, and North American also made the CSM. That's why the cockpit of the shuttle and the cockpit of the CSM looks so similar, because it was made by the same company. In reality, Venture Star is a paper rocket too. Oh yeah? Venture Star would have worked, dude. I'm convinced this would have worked. It's just those composite tanks were a little too ahead of its time. And Hellfish, when I say a little too ahead of its time, I mean maybe a couple years. If Venture Star, if they'd started it like 2 or 3 years later than they did, the technology would have caught up. I mean, you all know the story.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, that's cool, Loopy. Hey, Gunslinger. Oh, see, here's the thing. There's another thing, guys. I played Mega Millions. You guys said buy a lottery ticket because I predicted Ferrari's failure almost within a second on Sunday. Everyone, John, if you're here, John Clark said buy a lottery ticket, so I did. I have 5 quick plays on Mega Millions. So, I'm not even going to worry about jinxing that. I'm going to be a multimillionaire tomorrow. So when we do win the Mega Millions, right? I figure the pot's about 700 mil, right? If I take lump sum, we get about 500 million. That should be enough to restart this. Don't you think? Wasn't it also a victim of the economy? Yeah, the dot-com bubble basically destroyed the commercial market, and that's kind of what they were planning on doing. So, $810 million. So, I figure after tax, Fish, we're probably if it's 600 million, somewhere around there. Let's take the lump sum of 600 million. You think 600 million would be enough to restart a program like Venture Star? Can I get a 3090 when you win? Oh, whoa, hey, I'm not made of money, man. Wait, our graphics card price is still high? I don't know, it's a joke. And you know what we'll name the company? Callahan Space Parts. I make space parts for the American working man because that's what I am, and that's who I care about. You think I'm kidding? They're sort of stable. Okay, Dan. It's Wayne Zielinski. Thank you very much. I thought the plan was to invest half, but the FBI van to stream out of, buy a 7.4, etc., etc. I'll be 100% real with you. With $600 million, I could probably do both of those things. I'm serious. I would, well, not serious because I haven't won the lottery, right? But I would love to do this. I think a small sat SSTO could be absolutely, that could really screw up the small sat market. Think about it. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't know if we'd scale it. Maybe. And I'm thinking, based on the pretense that I've actually won the lottery. Something like the X33 with maybe 200-300 kilo. So about 600 pounds payload capacity would really screw the small sat market pretty badly. If you could get the whole system working, that would be difficult. But think about it, like a Methalox Aerospike engine, Tough Rock tiles instead of the metallic TPS that thing had. That thing was going to use tungsten. No, titanium aluminum tiles with cilia fiber, which is actually not that far off from what Starship uses, but they wouldn't. Starship doesn't have any titanium on it, but the X-33 with a photon upper stage space tug would rule. Yeah, I think so, Loopy. For the small sat market, you can't lose. Now, don't get me wrong. It would take a lot of time. It would take time to get that right. It would take time to get it right, and it would take time. It would take time to develop full reuse, right? That would be hard to do. What rocket project isn't? You know, building off the pretense that we won the lottery, it would take time and it would take a lot of money. Well, guess what? Winning the lottery acts as one of those problems. Hey, Ian. You know what's funnier than 44? 45? Has anyone model rocketed an X-33? I don't know. What about all the engineers who say aerospikes really aren't worth it? They're probably right. One thing that I've noticed is to not Dunning-Kruger yourself. There's a lot of engineers that say it's not worth it, and I understand that, and I get what they're saying. And I don't want to sit there and pretend like I know more, all right? Because I don't. I'm not an engineer. I'd probably fix that with $500 million, though. Fix that real quick. However, they said a lot of engineers said reusing rockets was a stupid idea after the shuttle program ended. I noticed there seems to be a little bit of a there seems to be a little cynicism surrounding the aerospace industry. And SpaceX is bucking that trend, and they've been bucking that trend for about 10 years, right? But I've noticed that up until that point, there was a huge there's always cynicism in the industry. Like any hard idea where you could potentially lose money is seen as a bad idea. It's not technically feasible. Blah, 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 blah. I don't like that. I really don't. I think that's a crappy way of thinking. You know, like, you know, people, it's like how right now folks say, like, there are skeptics out there that are like, oh, Starship's never going to work. They're never going to make money off of it, blah, blah, blah. It's never going to, like, because you've done an entire cost-benefit analysis about this, right? No, that's just how you feel, all right? And guess what? Feelings don't matter with aerospace engineering. Like, I know that phrase gets tossed around like candy nowadays, but...
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has
Honk. But you know what, man? There's so much skepticism out there and so much cynicism. You know what? Let's try it. Frick it. Let's try it. Lockheed seems to think that it could work. Geeson's here, by the way. Hi, Geeson. So, yeah, it's all right. I'm gonna be a multimillionaire tomorrow. We'll figure that problem out then. Saying something isn't worth engineering is engineering speak for I haven't figured it out yet. Yeah, 30 exactly. Every problem is every engineering problem out there, as long as it conforms to the practical laws of physics, right? You can figure it out. Sure, SpaceX can catch a rocket. I'm convinced they can catch a rocket. They gotta prove it though. You can do all the simulations in the frickin' world. You gotta prove it. I think they can catch it. I don't think they're gonna catch it on the first time, but I think it's possible. I see how it can work. I absolutely see it. But, you know, like I said, skeptic people are going to skeptic. But anyway, let's get into this, shall we? Shall we? Let's shall. All right. So, we need to fix some problems with this with hybrid tech, and we're going to do that now. There is binding problems with this. Okay? And I'm going to re-engineer the launch plate a little bit. Maybe we'll start with the launch plate. I agree, Enko, yeah. Facts don't care about your feeling. Bench Apiro. Yeah, he's a famous magician, someone. Like, once again, I know that pundits throw that around, and they use it as like, oh, your opinion is irrelevant, blah, 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 blah. In engineering, that's actually a thing. It doesn't, and that's not, I just put it in a, I say it that way because people are more familiar with that phrase, but I prefer training day. It ain't what you know, it's what you can prove, okay? What you know means nothing. Prove it. You gotta prove it. Straight up. And that's like one of Akin's laws of spacecraft design, which is kind of a meme list of stuff to do with that stuff that has to do with engineering spacecraft design, right? Yeah, it's literally rule number 1. Engineering is done with numbers. Analysis without numbers is only an opinion. Straight up. That's why it's always that was a hard lesson for me to learn, because there was a time 10 years ago where I'm like, oh, if it works in Kerbal, it should work in real life. Yep. It's a little bit naive, don't you think? This right here is why anyone that I have my one rule of staying humble, right? Or one of my rules of staying humble. Because anybody that's willing to throw their hat into the ring, right, and try to actually build this stuff has my respect. Because it's very easy to sit there and say, oh, that's not going to work. Especially by just, oh, that's not going to work. What are you trying to do? That's weird. Why would you do that? Guess what? Analysis without numbers is an opinion, and opinions don't matter in spaceflight. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You got to prove it. But yeah, exactly. It ends up getting memed nowadays, but... Have you seen this, good sir? Vickers? Of course I have. How many times do you think that's been linked in chat today? I've been streaming for an hour and 40 minutes. How many times do you think it's been linked in chat? Hey, Pearly, what's going on? I've seen it, dude, yeah. How many times? I want you to guess. It's actually sitting at it's somewhere between 10 and 15. My guess is 69. Nice guess. 154 times, even nicer guess. But yeah, sorry. It just popped up in your timeline. Fellas, here's what I'm gonna say. They said this, dude, they said this a couple months ago. They said this before the, whatever they're trying to do in Eastern Europe. They keep saying this stuff. I don't know, man. They said this the year before that. They said, like, keep talking. All right, keep talking. You really gonna do that? You know that's your money. That's money, right? What else does that's my question. What else does Roscosmos have? They don't have any other income. They tanked all their other projects. Anyway, we can talk more about that later. I really don't want to talk about it right now, dudes. It's just posturing, dudes. Don't fall for it. I'm serious. Like, and I know that sounds like a little conspiracy theory, but trust me, dudes. No, Roscosmos is not going to tank their only revenue stream. The ISS is their only revenue stream left. You guys, what happens when you try to carry over a space program? Think about it for a second. So the Russians want to pull out of the ISS program, their only crew spaceflight program, their only manned spaceflight program. They're going to pull out of the ISS and they're going to replace it with the Russian orbital segment. And they're somehow going to keep the Soyuz production lines up and running while that happens? What are they going to do? Switch to Oriole? Switch to the Eagle? With what money? I mean, maybe they'll do it. I'm not going to doubt it. They know what they're doing when it comes to space. I've always said that. But space programs don't usually survive transitional projects like that unless you have some overlap. Where's the overlap? You're just going to pull out of the project in 2024? I really hope there's a Russian orbital segment module in 2024 up and in space and working by the time that happens. Do you think that's going to happen? Maybe. It's possible. I wouldn't rule it out. Russians get a lot of crap nowadays, and I get it, right? Like, but they know there's a lot of very talented engineers at Roscosmos. They might, if they let them go ham on it, maybe they'll get it done. I don't know. But what I know is that they're really not going to tank their only revenue stream. They wouldn't pull out of the ISS without something else to generate cash. Roscosmos needs cash flow. They literally have none. What is this contraption? It's a launch pad. Yeah, Tessa, look, everybody can report it. Until NASA says it, I don't believe it. Because they've said we're going to... Dmitry Rogozin, who's not there anymore, has said the same exact thing multiple times. We're going to fulfill our obligations to the space station until 2024. He's been saying that for years. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Who knows? Rogozin got reassigned. Fuck. He got reassigned to working on logistical tasks for the war effort. For their war effort. Yeah, Yuri Borzimov replaced him? And he's saying the same thing that Rogozin said. So, I don't know, man. I don't know how they're going to pull out of the project when we own their modules. They definitely ain't going to detach the modules. That ain't happening. You know? And even if they do, all that means is that they're not going to basically provide tech support for their modules anymore. I think NASA could do it. NASA could do it by themselves. Like, I really do. They proved that they can boost the station with Cygnus the other day. So, guys, until I see anything different, I'm going to write this thing off as posturing. They're just... The Russians like doing that. They like doing that. They've always done that. Even in peacetime, they always say stuff to kind of stir the pot. That's what they do. That's what they like doing. If it works or not, I don't know. We'll talk more about it during Space News, guys. Let's get this figured out. Nice, Elfish. And yeah, exactly, someone. And people are inclined to invest in space programs when the economy is uncertain. I don't think so. That doesn't sound right to me. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not a Russian economics expert, man. They might be doing maybe they're doing stuff. Maybe they're doing different things. I don't know. Anyway, fellas, let's get into this. So, all right, what I need here is I gotta do a craft file merger here. I need the SSTO. I need the small SSTO so I can see this whole system working. Can they get to that station from Russia? No, they cannot. Ironically, they can't get to the Chinese space station because the launch corridor out of Roscosmos prevents flying over China, and that makes it so they can't get at the inclination that it's at. Because they can't launch southeast out of Roscosmos because they'll go over China. True story. It's the same idea as why the Israelis launched the Shavit small sat launcher west instead of east. Not that China would care. Well, Drummer, don't you know, it's only a big deal when other guys do it. When we do it, it's fine. We've investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. All right, here's the SSTO. Where's the small one? That's LV5B. No, they wouldn't. Someone. It's only no. That's what I'm saying. It's only fine when we do it. When you do it, it's an attack. But when we do it, it's fine. Only. I mean, think about it. Only our government, only this government is allowed to terrorize its citizens. You're not allowed to do that. I declare war on you. Sounds like a government to me. Not very Bing chilling. All right, here's the merge. There we go. All right, so let's just take that. Let's see how your boy did this. Yeah, fellas, I don't want to talk about it no more, okay? Let's get into this. I only have a week to get these things to work, so we're really gonna have to do some hard work today. All right. I'm just remembering how this all goes together. All right, so there's the SSDO, there's the tow vehicle. Jet truck. Literally the best way that I could figure out to get this thing up on the ramp is literally just have the jet truck just blast it up. It works. All right, so I already covered why this thing is all bent out of shape and whatnot. Now, I'm trying to think, how did we integrate this? We moved this back, and then I used the air brakes to lift it up and put it in position. And that's all fine. That's fine and dandy, but yeah, blue, it works. And then once we got it locked in, we would use a secondary docking port right there to hold the vehicle in place, so this thing didn't bind up. This is what, so we already talked about like the pad side problems. Here's what I'm talking about with SSTO side problems. The only physical connections that this thing has to the pad is that fairing right there. That's the only solid vessel interaction right there. Same vessel collision. Everything else is held by auto struts, which means if we don't attach this in the exact right way every time, and let's be real, air brakes aren't the hallmark of like precision alignment, right? That means those auto struts are going to run different every time, and it could bend and it could break this, and yeah, there's just a lot of things that can go wrong here. So let's think about this for a moment. Yeah, the box needs to be redesigned. And I need hold down points on the back of this thing. We need hold down points for the SSTO. Solid, same vessel collision thermo bearings would probably do us right. This is not mission mode, drummer. I'm doing this in engineering mode. And once again, what we're doing is I'm using hybrid. Hybrid Tech should be able to fix all the problems that we had with the SSTO program. It should be able to fix it. So that's what I'm going to do. So basically what we need to do is work on better integration. We need to work on better integration points. I need a better way to get the SSTO up and attached, because that's where it starts. So we're going to start with messing with the plate a little bit, right? We'll start with messing with this plate. We've been trying to reach you about your SSTO's extended warranty. Now, where I'm kind of like, how should we do this? Is, should I start re-engineering the plate now? Should we start re-engineering the SSTO? I think we need to talk out how the SSTO kind of attached. So what did we do? Let's remember. We took this thing, we backed it up, right? And because the landing gear were compressed, it ended up riding down here. And then what we did is we used the air brakes to move it up into position to dock it. And then we would undock the jet truck, attach the secondary docking port so this thing moved it into position, and then we turn it upright. And then on top of that, we have the binding problems to solve. So to do SSTO launch
Discovery, go at throttle up.
launch box attachment. SSTO launch box alignment. Attachment. We need to fix the hybrid, or we need to fix the pad. 1, 2, 3. We need to fix the pad hinges. Prevent hinge hydraulic binding. 4. SSTO transport. I think that's everything. Can the SSTO sit on a trailer instead of on its own landing gear? Filch, that's what I'm thinking. We would need... I would want to like back a trailer in or something. But how do we put the SSTO on a damn trailer? How do we get it onto a trailer? If we put the vehicle out and we put it onto a trailer and then we back the trailer up, right? We back the whole thing up into position. Now what? We attach it. The SSTO turns upright, does its mission, right? We get a good attachment, comes back down and lands. How do we get it back on the trailer? How do we do that? How does it get back on the trailer? Like you put a boat on a trailer? Okay. A new lowboy trailer. Differential landing gear sizes. Smallest to slide under. Switch to the larger gear. Here's one of the last SSTO launches. Does it explode? It explodes. Yeah, it explodes. Okay. I don't need to relive a traumatic experience. Landed on a flatbed driving down the runway. I wish I was that good at this game, Foo-Face, but I don't think that's doable. Actually, you know what would work? An SPMT. An SPMT would be a really good idea. An SPMT would be actually fantastic. That would be really good. Well, tuning fork shape. I don't necessarily... We might not necessarily need this here, dude. Yeah. We might not necessarily need this here if we work... And this is what I mean. We got to figure out a way to make integration points for when we recover the vehicle. Not just a docking port at the front with jet truck. As cool as that is, right? I mean, the only reason I did this is because it's simple and I know it's going to work, right? But even though it is simple, right? It's hard to... Yeah, our alignment... We have really bad alignment problems. So we need to work on the way this SSTO gets picked up. We need bottom alignment points, right? And then we also need aft alignment points. So let's open up this stuff again. So make an SVMT, just make sure it's got a couple of hard jacks on top and below so you can nullify suspension strikes. Tessa, if I was gonna make an if I was gonna make an SPMT, Bird. If I was gonna do that, dude, I wouldn't use rover wheels. Rotors with Kraken Tech would fix it. Would solve that issue. Yeah. So SPMT when? Do we see, this is the logic trap, dude. Do we really think an SPMT is going to fix all the problems for this? Now we're going to just spend the week building an SPMT. Because I mean, unless I really grind it out here, I don't think I'm going to get that done quickly. You know what I mean? But it will nullify a few. Okay. All right. Let's see. SPMT prototype 2. Okay. How does this work? So we tried doing this with rover wheels before, it didn't work. So what we're gonna need to do is I need to make my own wheels. We need to make something that doesn't bend. So there's the rotor right there. We can use that. I can use it for rover wheels. It's fine. We can use it to make rover wheels. That's not an issue. We need to be able to take those wheels, and those wheels need to be able to do this. They need to go up and down, and they need to be able to do that. They need to have 180 degrees. Actually, it's that. They need to have 180 degrees of movement. Yeah, Tessa, of course, grip pads. I'm worried that if we make an SPMT, it's just going to be too many freaking parts. I can make it. I can do it. I know I can do it. What is an SPMT? Self-propelled modular transporter. They're the vehicles that SpaceX uses to move around Starship, Pilch. Those like little flat pallets with all the wheels underneath that can lift stuff up. I was thinking a single pad of the round variety. It's not a bad idea, man. this thing. See that thing right there? Okay, so 7, 14, 21. Oh no, it's just, okay, so 14, 16, 17, okay. And then it's on a servo up there so the wheels can turn. Watch, see the wheels back there? Where does it pivot? It pivots up there. Okay. Alright, let's build this. So just put that there for a moment. So we're gonna have to start with a pivot point. We need a pivoting piece. That shouldn't be too hard. Just this thing is pretty strong. That hinge, it's good enough. I'm just gonna put that on the vertical axis right there. Will this fit under the SSDO? I'm gonna try to make it fit under there. Bilge, yeah, we'll try. I'm gonna start by doing this just in one-time sim. So that thing is connected to a gigantic control rod, and the control rod seems to be like, see this solid piece right there? That seems to be fixed. So you have your pivoting point here, and then there's a huge metal piece here, and then there's a pivot point here, pivot point down there, and then a hydraulic that holds the wheel up. Now these things don't have any suspension. They're not sprung. There's no suspension here. These are solid rubber tires. There's no air in the tires because they hold up ridiculous stuff, kind of like forklift wheels. It's just solid rubber, if I'm thinking about this correctly. I don't see any tire stem there. So, last, use the framework from the Condor mover and slap a deck on it. We can't. Sprung weight, goalie. Bad idea. Kerbal. I mean, we've literally made drives that can go a fraction of light speed because of the landing gear in KSP. It's too finicky. We got to make our own wheels because, once again, those wheels are solid. Those are solid rubber right there. I'm looking through what you just showed me, what you just linked. Yeah, it's just 2 sets of 2 wheels. And you can add these together. You can wire them up and you can bolt them together to work more. Yeah, so they can move more. You can either stack them this way. They're like Lego kits. See the bolt holes? You can bolt them all together. There's your pivot point. Okay. I see it. I wonder what the throw on that hydraulic is. It can't be that much. Yeah, so you could just couple the SBMTs together. Even if they're not touching each other, you can wire them up together to get them to all work in one. Hey, Pasquale. Good morning. All right. So, if we're really going to do this right, we're going to start with a physicsless part, right? That's what we want. I always like putting my hydraulics on physicsless parts or any moving parts. It's useful because you know that it won't drift. And these things will drift if we don't do this right. So the servo's upside down, right? We're going to add that there. And then we need I need a big metal piece that goes this way. You know what? We're gonna use a cubic octag for now. Hey Macapoop, what's up? Okay, that's about where I need that placed, give or take. Hey Alucard, what's going on? Off work for 9 days. This is day 4. Oy. I want to put that out in front just a little bit. Now, we're going to need thermo bearings to get this done correctly. So, and these things got to be precise. So what I'm going to do is we'll go in here like this, RCS off, disable the thrust limiter. We'll set this to AG1 like that, just like we always do. Go here like this, take this, go here like that. Thermo bearings. Stuff's got to be miniature. It's got to be small. These may help. Oh, nice, Gully, yeah. Yeah, I'll keep that up as reference. How's the building process going? It's good. This is the time to be precise. There. Now go in here, select that, enable. Okay, so I'm gonna try a 3 thermometer thermo bearing. So this basically makes a hinge in the game, if you know what you're doing. See what I mean? One rotates around the other. Now you just got to have the robotics to tell it what to do, but that should work. I'm going to try using a 3 instead of 6. I usually use 6 thermometers, but 3 should be enough. All right, so we'll test it with the 3x thermo and see what it does. There needs to be a pivot point right here. I'm gonna make a modification to that thermo hinge. Because we're only using 3 thermo, I'm gonna put a piece on the other side to hold it in position. Okay, and because we're doing that, there's no, yeah, right there. Yep, that's a non-centered point. Okay, so let's try this. Let's see if this works. Let me just make sure that everything is aligned. Okay, cool. Let's save this to the SSDO program file. It's a bearing, not a hinge. Yeah, I'm not, sorry. Sometimes when I'm focusing on what I'm doing, Chief, I'm not, Sometimes when I'm focusing on this stuff, I misspeak. You know what I mean. Okay. Now we need a small hinge here. It doesn't need to be strong, particularly. That doesn't need to be a strong hinge. The reason why it doesn't need to be strong is because the thermal bearing is going to hold it. So that needs to be set to absolute, and so does this. That all needs to be set to absolute so it all lines up. Cool. Now let's take this, move that down like this. Now the hinge. Something like this, huh? Yeah, something like that, Tessa. Give me one moment. Now I'm gonna need another cubic octag here. Actually, just literally duplicate that. Only no hinge on the end. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this RCS bearing here, right? Alright, hang on one second. Instead of trying to make this in the rotated position, I'm just going to make it straight. So... this needs to be absolute snapped, and then that needs to be snapped into position there. Okay, and that piece is going the right way. So now we need... enable. Okay, so this should make more or less a pivot point here. We'll demotorize that in a moment. So now that's all in the right spots. What we got to do now is use the rotors. What's the smallest rotor that I have? These rotors don't need to be incredibly powerful. That's probably the smallest one, huh? Unless we got a smaller one. I think that's the tiniest one we got. Okay, so now we know that the rotors are going to bend. So they need to be on hybrid tech as well. We know they'll bend. So give me this, take that. And we need 2 attachment points here. How are we going to do this? We could use one. One rotor might be the right move. Something like this. 14-part elbow and wrist joints. Not bad. Yeah. These are... yeah, these are okay, Tessa. It's not the worst. You know what we could do? We could do this. We could have one rotor facing inwards like that. Give me 2 times mirror, right? Okay, so we're gonna try grip pad wheels. It might work. Or I could just separate the whole thing and screw this up completely, hierarchically. Yeah, that's good. What the hell did I just do? Did I fat finger the 4 key and reroute? It looks like I did. Damn. I fat fingered the reroute key. Whoops! Junk. I fricked up. Junk. That thing was not attaching correctly, so... Yep, I broke something. I'm not exactly sure what I just broke, but it had something to do with hierarchy. I fat-fingered the wrong key and rerouted. Unable to invert surface node on cue box tag strut set center apart. Unable to invert surface node. Yeah. Yeah. It's screwed with this. It's screwed with the surface attach because when I rerouted, because it was on surface attach, it screwed it all up because it doesn't understand. It only understands this attaching to the I-beam and not the I-beam attaching to that, and it borked the hierarchy. So we got to start over. It's okay. I know what I need to make, so I'll make it better this time. I'm gonna shut up real quick, fellas, and we're gonna get this done fast. I hate that doesn't center, but it's okay. Once again, I'm going quick because we don't have a lot of time to get this done. I want to get my goal is to get the SSTO working correctly by the end of this week, both of them. So this is, like between now and moving, I'm not gonna have a lot of time, but I'm gonna give it my shot. Let's see where it gets us. Okay. Yeah, because it reverses the flow of the hierarchy, RJ, and some parts don't like having the hierarchy reversed on them. Like robotic parts, they really don't like it. Alright, so... So now here's the hard part. This is the tough part that we got to get done. How are we going to get that to pivot with the hydraulic? I think the smallest hydraulic really... It doesn't need to pivot a lot. It really doesn't. So... And when it does, it'll be pivoting something... It'll do something like that. So when it does something like that, that means this hydraulic is going to need to be on a pivot as well. Because if we have this, we set that back to 0, right, instead of minus 28. That hydraulic is directly over, right? Not a problem. But when we go to, say, raise the dang thing, right, to lift something up or to get underneath something, say to move that to 35, this is going to... It's not going to be much, but it will bind, so that means this needs a pivot as well. Okay, so get me one of these. Get like this. Get rid of that. Take that hinge. That's got to be like way up there. And this needs to be on the center pivot point. Like that. And then, honestly, it'd be better if I had another cubic octet. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Here, take that. Go here like this. Enable. 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 Flag KSP right now, dude. No. No. Bad. All right. If you do bring back vision mode, will it be a new mid? No, we're continuing the old save. Jeb is still dead. See, I would bypass the extra complication of the elbow and just rely on that hydraulic to lift. Put a bearing in the middle. Yeah, Tessa, you could do that, but then you have no triangulation. So what's stopping the wheels from doing this? And rolling forward and back. You put load on that, if you just have it linear up and down like that, that's why it has that L there. When you put it on a lot of weight, what's stopping you from doing that? You don't have any pin hard bars, so to speak. That's why. Yeah, straight up and down is not going to work. We don't have a there's no triangulation on the up down axis, so the wheels can just ride forward and back. That's all that they're going to do when we try to go forward. These wheels will go forward and it'll bend, and then the whole thing will do this. See what I'm saying? That's why it's triangulated. I understand. It's going to be tough to get it to work, but I understand why it does that. Struts to triangulate the hydraulic on the chassis side. Yeah, but you know that the gray part the dark gray part pivots differently. Dude, those parts will just drift around. We know that. Why do you think that that's gonna work? I'm confused. I thought you wanted to play a save with your shuttle again. That's career? That's the career save, dude? He wants to bring back career mode. Yeah, that would be cool. You know, I always thought for the longest time that if I played career mode, I would get kind of obsessed with one and just play one save, which kind of has been the case, but let's just do it. Let's have some fun. Like with career mode, we'll get run-of-the-mill Kerbal gameplay, and then we can switch back into mission mode. Scratch that engineering itch, you know? And it'll give me it's a really good opportunity to use the shuttle. I just want to use the shuttle. I want to put Collins NG to use, man. That shuttle is beast mode. We don't have to reuse it. We can just land it on the runway like what we used to do, get the crew off, and then recover the whole damn thing and then fly it again. I don't have a problem doing that. Yeah, but under load, Tessa, was what I'm telling you. Trust me. Tessa, I'm gonna go ahead and not try to prove it to you for a change. I'm just gonna say trust me on this one, okay? You think so, Warped? Alright, well, good to know. You're on Tessa's side for once? Ew. Why would you do that? Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Alright, so that's the mechanism that we need. How many parts did it end up being? So we're at 37 right now. Yeah, they're 29 parts a pop. Okay. We'll see what happens. All right, so Hey Clayton, anything new with you? Just getting ready to move, man. Okay. Now, get rid of that. And then we're going to take the wheels. I'm going to put the wheels right here. And then I'm going to put the housings for the wheels on each side of the wheel like this. And then we'll get our grip pads. Grip pads for wheels, which are basically solid rubber wheels. That's more or less what we're looking for. Move that in a little bit. Those don't have SVI on them. That's gonna jostle around. We know that. And this right here is basically our lug nuts. I'm just going to keep the design spread for a second here. I know that these are sitting kind of outside. I understand. And this looks like a jumbled pile of poo-poo. Now what we got to do is go into the... I'm going to have to make a cow. Hold on. Wheel movement controller. Torque limiter. No. Wheel movement controller. Torque limiter. How are these going to go backwards? That should do it, forward and back. And then take the cow, bind the cow controller to forward play position. We need to set absolute control. Select absolute control there, save that. Now the next thing we need is another cow for the ride height. The riding height there. And what the riding height should do is give me incremental up down, so target extension there, slow incremental movement, and then no, ride height, target extension, like that. There we go. And now we take the cow controller, bind cow controller to up down, play position, slow incremental movement on that one, and now the rotating part, we'll take another cow controller, This is the left, right, or steering control. Okay. Steering control should just control the servo. The reason why I'm putting these on Cal controllers is because if this works, I'm going to duplicate the wheel and I'm going to have multiple ones bound up. Cal controllers basically give you a modifier. Think like a reduction gear. They can give you finer control. We figured that out with the Kraken drives. Tessa, that was you. Using a Cal controller and a Cal controller and a Cal controller, we can multiply the incremental control to get very fine control on things. And we're going to need that with this. Because I'm going to need another Cal controller to have to adjust ride height when we're going up a hill to make sure that the payload is centered correctly. Getting that figured out with Cal controllers is probably going to be a difficult thing to do, but I think we could do it. You're also running into part count hell with this. We won't need as many wheels as a regular SPMT. It's fine. And remember, I have extra stuff. I have extra stuff just chilling. And we might not need this or any of this other stuff. Oh. Well, that wouldn't have ended well. I mean, Tessa, this thing should be strong. We probably only need like a 4-wheel version of this. And then maybe 2 or 3 of that. But yeah, transport vehicles can get out of hand, which is why we went with the 2 crane system for the MLV, if you remember. Alright. What you building? It's kind of an SPMT type type of thing. Do you really need the dually tires because we use them for weight reduction? Yeah, that would be. All right, no motor control on that hinge. No motor control on that hinge. No motor control on that hinge. Yeah, absolute control on forward and back didn't seem to be a good idea. So if we do that, I'm gonna need a dead zone here. Yeah, the toggle motor direction is not working. Okay, cool. Alright. Back to the workshop. Looks like a landing gear? Kind of. What can we bind here? Same vessel? No. It has to be motor direction. Unless we manually bind it. We'd have to manually bind it. Don't bother with reverse, just turn the wheels around. Yep. Alright, get rid of this. This thing's about to look very strange, but we'll go Reliant Robin on it here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Go at throttle up. Who was that? Hey, Voon. Ping Man. What's up, dude? My ping was screwing me that one time. I will tell you that. But also get good. What's going on, dude? How are you? Have you tried just getting good? The rear one doesn't have 360 degrees like that, Tessa. There's a good reason for that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Wait, didn't we do this last month? What, resub? Yeah, of course. Yeah, okay. Just forward back on the collider control. Now, so grip pads do make pretty good tires, huh? Huh. I'll be. That actually works. Cool. Freaking tiller wheel, dude. Not bad. Not bad at all. Look at that. Ah, ha, ha, that's awesome. Bonana. Bonana, na, na, na. Now, how much weight can it hold? That's the question, isn't it? When lowrider? Yeah, that broke it. Let's not do that. All my fiend. No, that car that rides low. I don't want to get sued. How does it perform off the tiles? I don't know. We will figure that one out in a moment. We need to disengage motor drive there. I'm going to bind that to AG1. Disengage motor drive there. And then disengage the motor drive there so that all works correctly. All right. Get rid of these. And SSTO program. Save that. Get rid of that. And then I do need to rebind all 3 cow controllers because, well, here's what we're going to do. Actually, we should get rid of that. We should get rid of that and do that. And yeah, Pilts, I saw you saying like, oh, how's it going to get underneath the SSTO? Isn't this too tall? This is just a prototype, man. It's just a prototype. Forlorn, the laws are so convoluted at this point. I don't even know like if I can even like mention somebody like a record or something without somebody getting mad because it's so ridiculous. Like I don't even know. All right, so I don't even know like what's good and what isn't. Like at this point I'm too afraid to ask. You know, like, you know, is it, you never know who you're gonna just peeve off because you mentioned their song or whatever, DMCA or whatever nonsense. Okay. Let's get rid of that. I don't think, yeah, Pilch, what you're saying, I don't think this will fit underneath, but I'm pretty sure it won't fit underneath the SSTO, but I could probably make a more compact design. The hard part is just getting around the hydraulic. Like, I don't know how we're going to do that. Before I learned there was the whole Twitch sings thing, and then they were like, nah. You know? I don't even know anymore. I don't even know, like, it's good anymore. I'm busy with other stuff right now. This thing is 200 parts. Yeah, it's part count hell. Now I just gotta go through and make sure. And nothing is bound to AG1. Oh no. Alright. You have to go and rebind all this crap manually. This is just going to be a second while I get all this bound up correctly. There's a lot of part clipping here going on. Yeah, you gotta re-enable the same vessel over and over and over again. And then there's a strut that we gotta run there a few moments later. 24 hours later. A few moments later. This is the part where if it was a YouTube video, I would speed this up. Yeah, well, at least you didn't get swept by the Blue Jays, Hibbit. You're a launch vehicle. No, I think you are. What's up, 95? I think I put these in symmetry, which is probably not going to end well, but yeah, we'll see. So, you know what? If they're in symmetry, I should be able to just do that. And now what we have to do is I have to rerun 4 struts, and we should be good. Yep, 1 strut didn't run. This strut don't run, Ricky. The Blue Jays kicked the trash out of it, dudes. I was watching pressers with my dad over the weekend, and Hibbit, the dude. You know the guy that missed the ball in center field, so the Blue Jays got an inside the park grand slam, like the first one in history. When asked about it, you know what the guy said? Oh, you try catching it out there. You try playing center field. We're screwed. Yep, we're screwed. Yep, unironically, that's what that guy said. Yep. Yep, we're screwed. Yep, we're screwed. Yep. We are screwed. Yeah, we ain't winning. Tybot, I'll tell yeah, you know. I'll tell, for the people that don't understand, baseball is an endurance race. 162 games in one season, okay? Not that people care. I know that people don't, it's baseball, American sport, lol. I get it. But also at the same time, when you're playing that many freaking games, right? You'd figure you'd get better at what you do over time, right? To make a mistake like that late in the season and then blame nobody but yourself or blame everybody but yourself is not good. Not good. Yeah, that's not... Can you imagine? Oh, like, okay, so for the space people, you want to think about how absurd this is? How absurd it is to hear that from a professional? Like, imagine Apollo 13 happens and Gene Kranz is in a press conference and everyone's like, oh my gosh, the spacecraft blew up. The spacecraft blew up. You know what? Why did the spacecraft blow up? And Gene Kranz basically saying, well, you try being a flight controller. It's really difficult. The press would be like, what? Huh? But, okay. Yeah, failure, I guess, is an option, huh? Like, okay. My head hurts. Yeah, so, yeah, I'll tell you this right now. We ain't winning nothing this year. Not with that attitude. We ain't winning nothing. Anyway, so this is the steering control. The front ones aren't in symmetry, and I put the rear ones in symmetry. I just want to see if it causes any hiccups. I always like to put a dead zone in here. Okay, that's one. Save. Get back from filing my updated medical card. Good for another 2 years. That's good. So ride height should have target extension there. Right? And then paste that, and then paste that. And then now we just need a wheel controller. So I set the RPM limiters on this. We'll set it to like 20. Actually, we'll set them to 30. Why not? That should have carried over here. Okay. Make sure we're in the right save. We are. And now I just need the third cow controller for wheel speed. And then we just need to put them in there. Wheel speed, torque limiter. Torque limiter. No, not RPM limit, torque limiter. Okay, so just literally do that. Copy, copy, paste, okay. Torque limiter works there. And then toggle motor drive is working. Save. Now we just got to bind this stuff up. So up and down is ride height. Play position. Move that down to 5 so we get a better traverse rate. Steering control, it should be bound to left, right. Play position. Down to 5 again. Save. And then forward and back should be our wheel speed controller right there. Play position, set that down to 5. We can always reverse it. Save. Okay. SPMT. Let's see what it does. Hopefully I just did everything right. Well, you try doing this. That's why, you know, a lot of people don't like the phrase, space is hard. Yeah, we know. All right. Throttle it down. Hit 1. The only thing that's freaking this thing out is the collider on the wheels. Down controller needs to be inverted because down is up and up is down. All right, so what I'm going to do here, just for a second, is we're going to disable the ride height controller. Something went wrong with those. All of them went wrong. Why is this thing bucking like that? Huh. Huh. Something is weird with the ride height changer.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Tessa, yeah, I got you. Okay. I see. Hey, Reagan. 22-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, I still have to manually disable all these, or else it'll lock it. If we demotorize it on power loss, actually, if we set on power loss free, that should fix most of this. Because I have an action group bound to, that should have been bound to undo all this. If we just set all of them to on power loss free, that should fix it. Because, yeah, that's why the thing was popping out the bottom, because all these were locked. Okay, those are in sim. And then we figured out that we need to invert the up-down controller. That needs to be inverted. Save. Okay. Let's try this again. What about a button to switch between crab and all-wheel? I mean, Mutter, it has very super rudimentary control systems right now. It's just enough to test all the different facets of movement. That would work. Okay, so hit 1, make sure that these things are in free mode. So now we should be able to just lift this up, no problem. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, before it wasn't working exactly right. So now... Missed one. There's a little bit of input lag on the steering mechanism. There we go. Something like that, drummer, yeah. Yeah, it seems to be working okay. Cool. Alright, now I'm wondering if we can keep him level. So, get my ride height controller. Disable the ride height controller. And we'll do this custom. Ready? Cool. Well, that's pretty neat. Can it go up the hill? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that isn't an issue. Reverse. Not bad. Now try it under load. I'm getting to it. I have a governor on it right now, Wookie. But we could set this to like 100 RPM. 100 RPM limiter. And then we can go fast. Nice. That's pretty cool. And 5 years ago, EJ would be losing his mind over this. It's true. How fast can it go? All right, fine. I don't think an SPMT is supposed to go this fast. I don't think it's supposed to do this, fellas. It's pretty damn stable, though. Yep, except if you do that. I hit the brakes and we did a pull the forward brake on your bike and the rear end comes up. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love it. I love it. That's so cool. All right. Okay, here's what we're going to do next. Ready? I want to try... Here, let me test something, okay? So give me this. How much, what's the mass? We're at 13 tons, okay? Now give me an engine. Each one of these pistons makes 100 kilonewtons. So we have 400 kilonewtons of push-up force, okay? So let's find a motor that makes about that, okay? Or something that we can couple up. So, okay, 2 Reliant is fine. Okay, so those each make 200, give or take. So we get 2 of these things. What's our TWR? 2.64. Okay, so that means theoretically this should be able to hold 9 tons. That shouldn't be an issue. So what we're going to do is this. I'm going to put a docking port on the front of this thing, right? And then what I'm going to do is take this, right? And we're going to rotate it upright like this. And I'm going to get it to a point where I should be able to pick it up, right? Actually, hold on. Get rid of that. Get rid of the probe core for a moment. I'm going to need a smaller probe core. So put the octo in there. I don't want the octo. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Put that there. Put that there. Put that thing back where it came from. Or so help me. Now put that thing back where it came from. Or so help me. Bum, 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 bum. Now LS swap it. We just did. Didn't you see it go fast? What are they putting in that potato pipe? Are you drunk? Are you drunk? I'm at home having dinner. Oh, no problem, McAfood. I got you. Yeah. It's all good, man. Alright, that needs to be down like that. That needs to be down like this. So, yeah, we should be able to lift this. This shouldn't be an issue. So, that needs to go... Oh, the bars are going to get in the way. Okay. These need to go down. Only have to deal with that for another week. No, landscapers, Snibbles. Yeah, I only have to deal with it for another week because even though I'll have my own lawn, I will not be rich enough to afford landscapers. I'm gonna have to do that myself. Okay, so undock, right? So let's go hit 1, activate the Kraken tech. Now we're gonna go forward. Stop. Stop underneath. Kraken tech is on. So now we should just be able to go up. Lift. Lift it. Come on. Get it up off the ground. Oh. Give me 1 second. There's a bug. There was a bug because I didn't set the right flag on the front left. When are you and Brimo actually going to move into the house? Sometime second week of August, Hibbit. It's been tough, dude. It's tough because we have to balance everything. I got to balance everything, like, between having the internet here, having the internet there. It's a lot of work, man. And, like, I'll admit, I can't focus as hard on the streams, right? I can't focus as hard as I normally do on the streams, which is why I'm doing all these fun projects just to mess around and have a good time. Because I can't give mission mode the true effort that it deserves because I'm just scatterbrained right now. There's so much stuff. You know? Like right now we're getting all the logistics planned. Like what days we're going to move what, when we're going to move what, how we're going to move it, where's it going to go. Because I got to move twice, dudes. I have a bunch of stuff at my parents' house that I want. Like an NES and an SNES. And all of my original N64 games that I bought, or that I got in the 90s. I didn't buy them. I was like 4. Well, not you get what I'm trying to say. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff. So I'm moving from 2 locations basically. That and there's a couple of automobiles like the 59 that I need to move and stuff. And don't get me wrong, I ain't making excuses. I'm just I can't give it the attention that it deserves, and I don't like that. I do not have Battletoads, believe it or not. I see why this is bent now, so the SPMT doesn't do that when it goes. Can we move it? Yeah, it still needs to be moved. Still needs to be moved though, Mutter, but... Well, that's 9 tons. Moves it no problem. Yeah, picked it up, no problem. Interesting. You know what the problem that we're having with this is? That hydraulic is too big. That's the problem. The SPMT can't really crouch down before this thing just hits the ground again. So, I saw some things that we need to change with the throw on the pistons, but wow. Yeah, I see why on the real one this isn't like perfectly square, why it's down like that in the resting position. Because, yeah, when you pick it up, this whole thing is going to tilt relative to the wheels. See that? That's why they angle that, so that doesn't happen. How easy is it to line up from a weird angle? I can't believe that it does that. I thought this would break. To be 100% honest with you, I didn't think this would work. Wow. She isn't completely aligned. Cool. It works. That works, dudes. It works pretty well, actually. Hybrid tech, man. Hybrid tech works. I can't believe how well that works. The only problem is that, yeah, miniaturizing it. I don't know how we're gonna do that. Alright, let me modify this. So this needs to be... That should plug into position. It's gonna stretch that strut a little bit though. Huh. That might do it. I'm only modifying the back so we can see the difference. You know? You could pick up a lot of things with this thing, man. There. That, for the most part, is pretty centered. But see, like I said, the hydraulic is too... My hydraulic is too big. My hydraulic's too big. Alright, let's see how this... Let's see how this looks. Frostparatus, what's up? Hi, sorry for bothering you. I'm new to KSP and I'm about to buy it. May you guys please tell me which version of KSP is better? The original DRM free thing from the developers, Steam, or the green in gaming versions? I noticed the Steam version, there's a workshop, but they're all the same. They're all the same, Frostparatus, yeah. The Steam one will do you just fine. I'm playing Kerbal on Steam right now. I like that. Thank you very much. Yeah, sure, Frost. And if you have questions about KSP, I got 15,000 hours in it. So I should be able to help you there if you have questions. If not, yeah, enjoy the game. It's a fun game. I've been playing it since 2012. And streaming it basically since then, dude. Yeah, it's my job. I've been playing it almost every day since 2015, man. I like building launch pads, and I like torturing Kerbal and basically breaking it. Yeah. Yeah, I like breaking the game. Alright, so save that there. I didn't see any difference between putting it in sim and not putting it in symmetry, so let's just throw that thing in sim again. Yeah, dude, I play this game a lot. Yeah. And what we're gonna do with these fronts is I'm gonna see if we could start taking pieces away. I'm gonna take apart the outer wheels, and then Tessa, what we're gonna do, right? I'm gonna try to make this work more like, uh-oh. Oh, I screwed that up. Get rid of that. You know what? I won't put it in symmetry. Why not? Alright. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of this. It didn't like the double symmetry like that. And I noticed... that the wheels on the real SPMT are like behind the hinge. Just interesting thing. They're behind it, like that. See what I'm saying? Just slightly. It's just slight behind. It's not dead on. It's not dead on balls accurate. You know what I mean? So we're gonna do that, and then there. Yeah, Mutter, it should give more throw, indeed. So there's that. I'm trying to see if we can compact this down. Like, how far can we compact this design down? Before it's like a big problem. Because it seems to be working pretty dang well. Seems to be growing well. Okay, now 12,000 hours later. The problem that we're still having is that the hydraulic is too short, is too long. It sticks out the top. I could get this thing to crouch more. So I'm trying to assemble a transfer vehicle for Drez, and I need to undock. I need to dock fuel tanks together. Would fairings with same vessel collision interaction work? Yep. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. All right. Enable. Enable. The Kraken bearings work really well in 3x symmetry like this. It really doesn't mind it, guys, which is good. That's a good thing. So, if you're wondering, I'm using RCS to make hinges. Hinges and bearings. And they're reinforcing the robotic hinges and getting the hinges to be extremely strong so they can lift stuff. If I can just select the right part here. There we go. I got it. Would it be prudent to put the platform on 4 scissor lifts and mount similar shorter hydraulics? There's no shorter hydraulics, Scrivy. That's the problem. No shorter. Doesn't get shorter than this one. That's the smallest hydraulic we have. Some people have suggested using an alligator hinge, and that could work. Alligator hinges could do it. In fact, putting an alligator hinge on that hinge might not be the worst idea. But there's still no way to get around. You know what? That's not true. Hold on. Hold on. We're prototyping here. I have the original versions right there. That's fine. Prefamulated emulate, the original one. All right, so let's go back here like this, right? What's stopping me from just doing this? 1, 2. 1, 2. Anyone? Bueller? 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 So how about I move that all the way down? Bueller? No, I'm not talking to you. I mean, hi. I mean, yes, I am, but also, shh. Quiet. Quiet, you. Now, give me the strut, and we could just banana ram the strut in there. Like that. That's fine. Move that back into position. Like that. And then go in here like this. There's nothing saying that that's not going to work. It should do the exact same thing. Now we just got some just righteous part clipping going on, but that's okay. There we go. You know what? Screw this one. We're doing that 2 times over. And now I gotta remake this. I gotta add the strut again, but that's okay. Oh. Oh, it ran it. Oh, nice. All right. All right. All right, so now we got to go in here like this. Select that. Enable. This thing is going to be pretty friggin' cool. Pilch, I don't know if you're watching, dude. Pilch was asking about clearance issues. I think I may have figured it out. Okay, that's that one. What about you? Gotta do that. Gotta do that. Gotta do that. Okay, you right there. So these are the long thrower. These have the long throw with the wheels. These have the compacted hydraulics. I just gotta be able to select this piece. I wish there was an easier way of doing this. Hey, Frosty. And then we need wheel speed. And then I will manually control the steering up here. We could ride height it. Yeah, whatever. We'll just bind it up. The ride height controller has nothing in it. Once again, the 2 rear are your original design. This is the compacted design. I'm wondering if this is going to work. You know what? Let me see it next to a landing gear. Hold on. That might be enough. It's close. And now I'm wondering how much that dang SSTO weighs. It's got to be more than this, but... want to do it for fun, Frosty. Yeah, we're just messing around. I want to have some fun projects, guys. The SSTO was kind of something that needed to be. I needed to fix that thing. I needed to fix it. It just needed to be fixed. You gonna need me to play Dre? Bump the hydros. You know, I like low riding cars like that, man. Cars that bounce and stuff. You know why? Because you know the engineering involved. You need to bounce like a 2-ton American land yacht. It's pretty damn impressive. I do appreciate the engineering. The engineering is freaking sweet. Is this mass accurate? That's LV5B2. We need LV5A. LV5A is what we're looking for, dude. You want it? Then do it. We gimbal lock that thing. Okay. It's 44 tons hired. Okay. Alright, get rid of this. I'm switching this to straight prototype 3. Straight proto 3. Get rid of the back ones. I think this is the one. I think this is the design that we want. Putting those there. And move the batteries upright like this. Because I'm putting another set of these in here. Play the kazoo. Alright, this is gonna take a second to configure all this, fellas, so if you wanna take a smoke break or something, come back in a second. I will have this thing ready to go by the time you get back. Take a quick 5-minute. because I have to go and reconfigure everything now, and then I have to rebind up the cow controllers and whatnot. So yeah, it's just going to be a moment. Smoke if you got him. Indeed. Okay, so this thing has a bunch of these things, right? It has... Actually, you know what? I'm going for it. I'm going for it. Screw it. Let's build it. If we're gonna build it, let's build it. Alright. It's going to take a second for me to get all these struts and everything ran. But I'm pretty sure that this should be able to lift. I mean, so how much did you say? It's 44 tons? $44.26. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. Just for a second here, let's get our mass up to that much. Okay. 44.26. That's 45 on the dot right there. You know what? We'll just use 46. That's overkill. How many engines do we need to get a better TWR here? So, 2 LVT-30s, right? Those are 200 a pop, right? 200 at sea level. We're 205. What's our TWR? Just open that up. 0.85. So that was 4 of these, right? What's that? 1.62. That should lift this SBMT that I'm making should lift the SSTO up. That should do it. It's not rocket propelled. I'm just getting thrust calculations, Loopy. This should lift it. It'll lift. Yeah, it should do it. Yeah, that'll get under it. 291. What are we going to do for the big one? Don't know. I'm still in the process of refining this to get part count down, you know? I could refine the part count down even more if we really... Mutter, the way I have it set up, it should run the inner strut automatically. It'll run it correctly. At least it should. We put it to you like this, we'll know if it doesn't. I got it. Okay. Now up here. Yeah, I know this is tedious, fellas, but trust me, this is gonna be amazing. This little friggin' thing should lift it. It should lift it just fine, and it'll look about as goofy as when SpaceX uses an SPMT to move Starship. It'll probably look about as goofy as that. Like, how is that thing moving that thing? No, I'm good, Tessa. That's cool, though. Man, come on. I just want to select the... No, it's just at the very edge there. Enable. Yeah, we can get it just at the very, very edge. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. This is how we gotta put these things together. We gotta put them, it'll be easier to put them together disassembled, like this, and then gizmo them back into position. So, like if I do that, right, all we gotta do, and everything is lined up again. And now, if you want to do SVI on this to get it to work correctly, you do 1, 2, 3. Just pretend I'm counting here, okay? It's at least a little bit easier to configure it. I don't like that it doesn't carry over the damn action groups, but that's the price we pay for using hybrid tech, you know? Yeah, and if you look, Mutter, it's running the strut for me already. Yeah, just figured out a way to copy and paste this so it runs it, which is pretty useful. I just wish there was an easier way to do this damn thing. But patience usually pays off. All right. Just got to do that 1 or 2 more times, or well, 2 more times, and then we're good. I'm getting better at it. We can optimize it. So, enable. This, unfortunately, is the fastest way to do this. Hey, Yarg. Gets easier every time. Okay, last one. It sucks because if I ever want to merge this with something, we'd have to rebind all of this. Remind me to never merge this with anything, like ever. Remind me to just never merge it with anything. We'll just be easier to just put this thing out and test with it, which is basically what I'm going to do. And yeah, note that I'm using grip pads as wheels. Wheels make, this is very good for low RPM transport. So like something that's slow and steady, these are really good because they're not on a spring. Fellas, just something to consider. Sprung weight is bad when you're moving something heavy. Think about how hard like a truck, like a semi-truck suspension is compared to this, right? So, you know what? I'm gonna move those in. I'm gonna move those in. Spruck weight. Spruck weight indeed. Spruck weight is no good. You can't have sprucks like that. Spruck. God, okay. Probably gonna have to load this thing down with batteries and a fuel cell. Like the real one, Loop. It's just like the real one. Gotta make just a docking port so we can dock the things together and then find a way to sync the CAL controllers from there, and then we're good to go. All right. 44 tons, huh? What's 44 tons? Anything in here that's exactly that mass? That's 40.5. That's what we want, right? I think this with some I-beam trusses on it. Should do us right. Oh my God, are we actually doing this? I don't know, man. I don't know if this is gonna work. If it does, though. If it does, we're gonna have a little bit of a breakthrough here. And once again, Loop, I'm not 100% sure how the heck this thing is going to, I'm not 100% sure how the heck this thing is going to hold up the big SSTO. I don't know. This might just be something that we have here to mess with, and that's about it, you know? But this could open the door for some interesting transport vehicles down the road, because this thing is actually really strong. It's pretty damn strong for what it is. I mean, this should have no problem lifting this up. It should be easy. It should just pick it up. I mean, this stuff will bind a little bit, but it should pick it up. We got a bonus stream? Bonus stream? Where? Dutch guy, thanks for the raid, man. I am attempting a self-propelled modular transporter to try and address and fix some problems with my SSTO program. I thought it'd be fun for the last week before I move to have some fun with SSTOs. And I've said that hybrid tech should be able to fix them. So I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, and we're going to try and fix them. What day this week will you play career? No. Nope. Career's not happening this week. Nope. Great to raid? Alright, cool. Yep. Yeah, no, that's not happening this week. Should work. Yeah, that's good. No, we haven't moved yet, but we're packing. We're packing, and then figuring out all the logistics is educational. Actually, just get rid of that. Just get rid of that, and then. You know what? These are Physicsless Parts. Let's get rid of them. You're doing that, painting and fixing stuff? Yep. You're excited for us? Thanks, man. Okay. Now I just need a panel to go on the side of this. And once again, I'm going to do more of a rudimentary control system here, but Will these be more in line with what we're doing? No. These panels are right. You're gonna have to deal with the Z fighting there, dudes.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Well, Loopy, I'm worried because, yeah, I mean, we could do this. I'm worried, but because this is the, this is the part that's going to be touching, you know? It's going to be touching the payload, so, I don't know. I mean, it should work. It should be fine. But then again, how many times have we said, oh, it should be fine, and then it wasn't. Narrator, it wasn't fine. This thing right now is pretty much looking about as ridiculous as a real SPMT is. Dude, we could even go inwards on the wheels a little bit. You know what? I'm doing it. It won't harm. It won't harm nothing. Just can't believe how many freaking. I mean, I didn't really think that we could shoehorn 300 parts into something this small. But here we are. Ah, that's too much. Just wanted to see. Okay. So now, grab the cals. 1, 2, 3. They have to be tilted down just a little bit so they're not gonna, they don't collide with the payload. Okay. So the first one, this will be wheel turning. That one's easy. This one should be easy to do. It's just target angle, target angle, target angle. Hold on a second. I see something wrong. There. That wasn't in the right spot. So set that to -90, and then set this one to 90. Put the cow controller into the center. 2.4. Set that to 0, and then plus in another point at 2.6. Set that one to 0. Copy, paste, 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 paste. We're just gonna do that for now. It's rudimentary. Well, that's kind of crab steering, you know, but that's fine. I might do another one that gets us to turn correctly, but yeah. In the meantime, I can just manual control it. So this is ride height. That's just a linear line that I can copy over. Okay, cool. Ride height is working. Shmong, this game's amazing, dude. I love Kerbal. And then there's wheel speed. Kerbal's the best, man. I mean, what other game can you do this? What other game can you do what we're trying to do right now? Yeah, other than real life. Can't you just use abort or another key to invert back 4? That's actually not a bad idea, dude. Alright, this should be pretty rudimentary control for what we have, but this should work. Still is kind of tall, isn't it? I think it might be a little too top heavy. I'm going to move these things out a little bit again. There we go. Alright. Okay. Now I just got to bind up the cowl. So forward and back. That's wheel speed. Play position. Set that down to 5. Save. Up and down. Ride height. Play position. Set that down there. And then I've had to invert it, but I'll wait until testing until we mess with that. And then left and right should be our steering control. Set that down there. Save. All right, guys. That is a 40-ton tank. That's as much as the SSTO weighs. We should be able to pick up on center of mass. Shouldn't be an issue. We just got to center this. Let's see what she does. Fingers crossed. Here's the payout. Let's see if we're thinking about this correctly. You can make whatever you want, Smog. Yeah, I would say anything that you can think of with practical physics, and practical aerospace, you could do in this game. But then again, we made Kraken drives, so that's not practical physics. Alright, ready? Yep. The wheel controller needs to, or the up-down ride height controller for whatever reason. Oh, the cow controllers get in the way. Yeah, it's basophobic. It is pretty neat, isn't it? Okay, the cow controllers are getting in the way, so let me just move those into the I-beam like that. Kind of tuck them under there, just to be sure. You know what? I don't need those struts there. Screw it. Their grandparents strutted. I already have them there. That's redundant. Save. Okay. I already did it, Mutter. We're good. Interesting, Loopy. Huh.
All right, let's see. Let's see what she's got. Ready? Brakes on. Undock. Set the equipment right. Test the controllers. Okay. Let's go forward a little bit. Alright, moment of truth, dudes. No, Mutter, I didn't do the invert. Not strong enough. I was just thinking, I hope you could still do Kraken tech and stuff like this in KSP too. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Jim. That should have picked that up. But just in case it can't. We'll give him a little bit more power. We could also figure out a way to daisy chain them higher, yeah. Now let's see how much they're making. Those hydraulics make 100 kilonewtons of force, usually. Let's see what they're making now. Let's see what we set that cal controller. Break soon? Yeah. So they're making 343 kilonewtons a pop. Okay, undock. Click that into position. Okay, brakes on. We broke it.
Yep, that's broken. Hey Whitney, how are you? How's things? I don't think it liked any of that. Yeah, Loopy, I'm with you. But I'll tell you, it popping out like that means that these struts aren't run, which is a little annoying because it definitely looked like it was, but they're not. So I actually have to do some... I have to screw with this for a second.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Well, Yarg, there's a strut here that's not being run correctly. But yeah, we can screw with it in a moment. That one's right. But then again, I made that before, so. What about these copies here? I don't want to delete them because I'll just bring, yeah, well, let's just say I don't want to delete them because I don't want to go and do same vessel collision over and over and over again. Yeah, that should be right. Hey Harry, what's going on? Core space 51 months. Thanks, dude. That should be correct. Strange. Yeah, Yarg, we'll do a old hack grav here. Great, and you, I finally validated my first year of mechanical engineering. Hey, congratulations. I gotta see it again. Why did it shouldn't have popped out? Those hydraulics are strutted. But it didn't look like it strutted when they popped out, and the hinge just went, woo. Didn't look like it did. Unless the struts didn't run right. But I've never seen struts. If the strut runs right in the SVH, it usually runs right on the runway. What are you building? Self-propelled modular transporter. Whitney. Yeah, it's a, basically this thing, here, I'll just show you. Watch. See? I wanted to be able to do that. And then I wanted to be able to lift stuff up. It's just a pallet with wheels on it. But the wheels can go in any direction. Now we should be able to just roll this under here. And it should lift this. It should lift it up. That's correct. That one isn't. That strut's run differently. So is that one.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Wait, what? Huh. It worked for a second. Did you see that? It did it. It did it. But those back struts are definitely running correctly. But it did work. It lifted it. It just slid off to one side because of friction. So that tells me that we're going to need something like this. You know what? Get rid of the panels. I don't want them. Give me these. Ultra Mega Grip. You too can have Ultra Mega Grip with Ultra Mega Grip. Yeah, Hired, we could also do a dowel attachment point like that too. Yeah. We don't need no stinking panels. We don't need no stinking but you do. You do though. There. It seems like it's bending because the wheels aren't directly underneath the supports. Yeah. It should be able to lift it, Yard. Yeah, it should. Here, let me move this back. Let me move this back and make sure that my struts are run right. Yeah, no. Not run correctly. That's how it should be run. It's annoying because some of this is on local and some of it is on absolute. That's the real only way it can get this to work correctly. Alright, that one's checked out. Checked up, good to go. Rock and roll. Alright. The wheel is offset one tick from the piston, no? Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue, dude. It's not, I mean, it's not an issue on the real one, but then again, this ain't the real thing, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. That could be an issue, but I know that these things aren't strutted because I saw them break. Which means it's not picking up on this strut correctly. Because that needs to go right to the hydraulic. And that needs to be direct line. Like that. Perfect. That's why it was leaning, I think. Yeah, maybe. It's possible. Alright, let's see if these ones aren't placed correctly. That one's right. That one's different. That one's wrong. That one's wrong. Yep. Just got to do some modifications with these and make sure that that strut runs correctly. It's not that it didn't run the strut automatically, it's just that it runs the strut different every freaking time. If the strut's running differently, that means each wheel is going to react a little bit different because the strut is strutted in a different spot. We should be able to fix that by just doing some slight modifications. All right, you're up next here. You. Yeah, see, that one isn't even Yeah, they're all strutted a little bit different. So we just got to take this back, take that strut off, run a strut from there to there. Is there a specific reason to require the vehicle to raise the tiny tank? Would it be easier to have the tank legs lower and fold it instead? What do you mean, Enraged? This is just a mass simulator. If I could pick this up, I can pick up the, I should be able to pick up the small SSTO. That's what I'm trying to see here. Are the parts stock? We. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all stock with some cow controllers, and we made the wheels out of grip pads, Whitney, because we don't want sprung weight. You should know this, like with mechanical engineering, right? You're lifting up something heavy, you do not want spring, because then it's sprung weight. And then what happens if you're driving something heavy and you have it on suspension, you go to turn. Whoop! Bye-bye. Oh, okay, ignore me. No, it's all good, man. Don't worry about it. So, like, think about how ridiculous it would be if NASA's crawler transporter had suspension on it. It'd go around the corner, the whole rocket would tilt. No. No. That would be a very mild thing to happen, yeah? That would not be good. We don't want that. Yeah, Enrage, the tank is just a test article, man. I'm trying to figure out a better way to move the SSTO so we can line it up with the pad. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. And these struts need to be run manually. But that should be everything. Alright. Make sure we're in the right save directory. There we go. I was about to say trajectory. That would have been silly. If this thing ends up having a trajectory, that means your boy has done something very wrong. So Whitney, you'll like this. I'm making strong mechanical hinges by using same vessel collision. The thermometers and the RCS balls are holding another RCS ball in position. And that makes a hinge because Kerbal has no soft body physics. No parts crush. It's not like beam. You have basically every part in Kerbal is made out of tungsten because it doesn't crush. It just blows up when it gets hit, right? So you can use that to make hinges, especially with physicsless parts. You can use it to make a hinge. So I'm copying the dynamics of an SPMT, and I'm seeing if we can make it work. And I need to use grip pads as wheels because I don't want sprung weight. I don't want to use rover wheels. That would be a very bad idea. So I'm going to drive this thing under there. I'm going to try to get it to lift up. Let's see what happens. With the grip pads, I think we should be able to do it. We're very right, and we have a new drive time. Yeah, you can build mechanics. I call it Kraken Tech. Been doing it for a little while. The tank is full, Enraged. Yes, it should lift it. We did the math out. All right, ready? Undock. Now you have to make sure that it detects the same vessel collision flag. It did. Okay, so let's just test the controls.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Seems to be leaning forward. I'm not 100% sure why. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. You can do it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Why was it sticking sideways like that? That may be something weird with the grip pads. Come on, get up. Get up. Grip pads. Grip pads. Grip pads. Grip pads. What is that? What are those supposed to be? It's like I painted the top of this thing with WD-40 or something. It ain't gripping nothing. It's the grip pads, Mutter. I'm getting rid of them. The pads are doing weird things. I guarantee it. I'm pretty sure that that's what's going on. They're upside down. Yeah. Alex, you're home with a fever? Are you attempting to remake your launch vehicle carrier vehicle? Something like that. Brake, please. Give me 1 second. Let me finish what I'm doing here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Go to throttle up. Baramas. It's my boat. I think the grip pads do weird things, Mutter. I noticed grip pads literally grip anything that they come into contact with, and then they freeze it in place, even if it's same vessel, which is weird. I think that's what's going on, but I don't know for sure, man. We'll find out. I just put some alligator hinges on the end to see what it does. Hello, Mr. Streamer Man. I have one question. SPAC. Alright, last test, dudes, and then we'll do space news, and then I'm going to keep playing Kerbal after space news, okay? I have one statement. Twirl. How come a Tuesday stream? Alleviate, I've streamed on Tuesdays since I changed my schedule in 2021. Or at the, well, it was actually more towards the beginning of this year, but. You're bad? No. I'm like, yeah, maybe must be your first time seeing it. Yeah, I used to stream on like, I used to take Mondays, right? And we'd play cities and stuff, which we should get back into doing. And yeah. Then too many rocket launches were ended up happening on Tuesday, and I was like, you know what? Let's just 2 days off in a row would be good for me. Okay, ready? Let's see how well this works with some centering things on it. I'm still noticing that we're not... Huh. I was going to say we're tilting forward a little bit, but... It bound up. Huh. I'll give it a little bit of lesser clearance. And yeah, well, then we'll try that. My stream schedule says I don't stream on Tuesdays. Oh, did I never update that? Yeah, should probably we should probably fix that. I didn't even think that people read that thing anymore. This thing is leaning forward. I noticed it. It's leaning forward. And it can't just be because we have a probe core on the front. Something weird is happening with these things. Like we don't have a same vessel collision part working on here. Because you see, we're tilted down, but... It did slide to one side, Yarg. See it? Ah! Yes! It also shows the older, better times. Dude! Look at that! Something weird is happening because it's still leaning forward. Like these hinges aren't. Yeah, look. Look, that thing is doing something different. You see that? Are both the front hinges doing that? Why is this thing leaning forward? I don't get it. What's the extension there? 0.28. The extension there is 0.28. Huh. How does it actually turn? I don't have it. I have it set up for very rudimentary cal control work, dude. There's got to be something weird with the setting here. Is that set to free motor? Okay. Is this one set to free motor? It is. Is this one down here set to free motor as well? It is. It's this front left one. Something, there's a setting here that's not. Cool. Yeah, maybe enraged. I'm gonna have to look at it. We'll look at it. Does it lean if spawned without the tank attached? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna put the tank on top of it to start. I really want to see what the heck's going on with that thing. But just before we do anything different, let me go in here and let me just double check all these parts have the right AGs selected. I knew something was up. One of the Kraken hinges isn't working. Yeah, no, same vessel collision. What about you? You got SVI on? Yeah. Yeah. So half of these were working on straight robotics and the back half are working on Kraken tech. There's your problem. Well, there's your problem. Have you just tried... Did we try just doing everything right and making no mistakes? Yep. That's the reason why it messed up. Okay, cool. That one has a clean bill of health. Put that back in there. Put that back in there. Put that thing back where it came from. Or so help me.
Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
Bum, 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 bum. What's up, baby?
No,
How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
How are you?
Fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep, I saved Shadow Man. We're good. It happens, Ian. How's the moving prep going? It's a lot of work, dude.
Yeah, I was actually, that's why I kept waiting for you to go on break, because I was going to ask you if I should go get boxes from the Home Depot.
From where?
The home depot.
Oh. During break?
No. I was going to ask you during break if I should do that, but I realized I could just come in here and ask.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts or feelings about...
Go and do it.
Yeah?
Yeah. Why not? Because you don't want to. Yeah, okay.
No, because it's like $1 a box, and I'm like I don't know what's I don't know. I should just do it.
Okay.
Because I can't believe I have to buy boxes with the amount that Jeff Bezos sends us. That's really what it is. But also, he doesn't send very big boxes.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
It's still those front ones, dude. We already have been doing that. That looks good, man. That looks great, RJ. Very nice. Zaz, 37-month resub. Thanks, bud. The strut. It's the run strut. The strut's weird on the front ones there. I fixed every other one but those ones. I should have just looked over the entire thing. So we need to send you more stuff so you have more boxes. Oh, Yard, please don't do that. I already have a bunch of viewer sent stuff sitting in my living room amongst the boxes that I want to open up on stream for Space News today. Dude, with just 1 or 2 more fixes, this thing is going to work excellent. It's just buttoning up all the Michael Bolton details here, you know what I'm saying? You'll send me something. You'll send me something Yankee, so then you can burn it in the winter. Yeah, no, I don't trust you. You're gonna send me like a bag of poop or something. Judas Priest Barbers is one of them flaming bags again. Don't put it out with your boots, Ted. Don't tell me my business, devil woman. Call the fire department. This one's out of control.
Is there anything else we would need from the home depot?
Slim Jim.
No, I'm not giving you Slim Jims.
You asked.
That doesn't count. I'm talking about home depot things.
You could get more totes.
I was thinking about that too.
Get more totes.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, if we... Yeah, you never have enough. They're only like $10 a pop.
Alright. Maybe I'll just get like 5 more of those, you think?
Yeah.
Alright. I'll figure it out.
Okay. Oh, Yarg, it was a football game. The Blue Jays scored 3 touchdowns and a 2-point conversion against the Red Sox, who had a safety, ironically, and a extra point. Or a safety and a field goal. It was like 28-5 or something, dude. It's yeah, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. Yeah, we got a problem.com. Have you tried playing outfield? Yeah. Nice design. Thanks, Kraken. Hey, I tried to buy you a Ferrari today, but they wouldn't take a 2034 post-dated check. I did post some pictures in Discord, though. Dude, what the hell am I gonna do with that? Even if, like, even if you weren't kidding, what the heck am I gonna do with that thing? I mean, it'd be cool, and it's an awesome cruiser, but... Rev it to the moon? Yeah, rev it to the moon, and then it catches on fire and explodes. As is tradition.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It looks like it did it, but I still can't figure out why the front... Maybe... I still can't figure out why it's doing that. Alright, I want to try something here. I'll figure out a better way to do this soon. Grip pads for wheels, someone. No sprung weight. I'm going to try to pick it up backwards. Let's see what happens. Remind me to change the traverse rate on the steering controller, because this is annoying. It takes forever to move the stupid thing. There's like nasty input lag. We gotta up the traverse rate on these. Okay. Damn it. Gonna make it. Gonna make it. All right. Almost there. There we go. All right. Let's see if the front still kneels down. Right? Because now we turned it around. Let's see if she still kneels. I mean, we're not entirely centered, but I should be able to fix that. All right, lift it. Still kneeling to the front. It's still that front left. What the hell is wrong with this thing? Why won't you work? I don't understand. It's 40 tons, dudes. Yeah. Strut sticking out the bottom compared to the right. They're strutted the exact same way. I already checked that. Believe it or not. It always leans forward. Every time. Oh, well, that's not too bad. Yeah, the back seems to want to pick it up a little bit more. And it slides around like crazy. How's KSP going? It's going all right. It's going okay. Just, yeah. Interesting. It always just dips. Something is wrong with this thing. I don't know what it is. Would probe core location have anything to do with it? I don't think so. Nah, no, that really shouldn't make a difference. And if a probe core is weighing it down on one side, then we got a problem. Something is different about that front right. And I'm not sure what the heck it is. Something is weird about this. So, you know what I'm going to do? You know what we're doing? Honestly, here's what we're doing. Bye-bye. It always leans to the front right, so let's just, I'm going to go through it all again. I'll rebind everything, and I'll copy it off of that cow controller. So this needs to go back like this. That needs to go back like that. The hinge in here needs to be on local, and it needs to go down like that. Okay, so hinge to there like that. Absolute snap that piece into position like this. Move that there. And then this one needs to be turned upright. And it needs to be strutted inside of the RCS ball. Just like that. Now, go into action groups. Go to AG set 1. Enable. 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 Got to get the center one right there. Enable that one. Now we got to go in here like this. Grab the housing bearings here. Alleviate. I have to like keep my focus here when I'm doing this, because the reason why this is screwing up is because I missed something. So give me 1 second, okay? That's all in the correct positions. Alright, that piece is checked out. Let's just make sure she's rebound on the action groups. Okay. It's already in. But wheel turning wasn't? I don't understand that one. That's very weird. Yeah, I know. Change the traverse rate on the SPMT. Okay. That should do it. This thing should... Yeah, that should do this. Okay, that part was... I just basically copied it from one that I know that works, and I ran the strut in the exact same way. That's so strange. That thing shouldn't do that. All those parts are, I literally did the same keystrokes when I made every single one of them. And I can't make them in symmetry either. Well, I suppose we could do symmetry now that I'm really thinking about it. Because there's no point in an SPMT when it's traveling where these things shouldn't be turning like this. They should never do that. So actually symmetry might do it, but it's okay. Whatever it is, it's not doing it anymore. At least I don't think it is. Oh no, it still is just a little bit. Did you change the traverse rate? I did. Yeah, I changed the traverse on all these. Unless it's the traverse, unless you guys are talking about the traverse rate here. Nope. The traverse rate on all the hydraulics should be the same. Oh, I see what it did. Oh, it bound up. Oh, all of them bound up. Oh, no. Oh, they all bound up. Did you see that? They all bound. Wow. Okay. Shoot. But it seems like I just tweaked this a little bit and it worked. Hang on a second. So let me go into ride height. Right here. Target extension. Open the track editor. Yeah, it always erases what you copied from. So that means wheel turning right here. You didn't do that one, which is strange. And now that means that thing probably didn't get overclocked either. So overclock. Force limiter. Yep, she wasn't overclocked. Alright. So there's that. And then there's wheel speed, which means this thing probably didn't have anything bound to it. Yeah, okay, so that time we were basically operating with a completely unpowered wheel. Okay. Huh.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Ordon, what's up, man? Alright, sweet. I just made some modifications there. And we rebound up all this. Just got home from work, time to make tacos. You know what? We're gonna spread it. We're gonna spread these out. There we go. We'll try running a little bit of a wider stance. Stance Nation, dudes. Don't forget that. I'm wondering if setting a limiter on that hinge is going to mess with this. So 20. Is that what I did with that one? 2050, yeah. I think that might help prevent them from binding, so I'm gonna do that. Because we need some sort of stopper to prevent it from doing that. 20, 50, 20, 50. There. Did you have a break yet? We got a little bit of space news today. Yeah, but I got a little bit of SBMT today. All right, slightly wider stance on this one. No. I'm not that stupid. I can't be that stupid. I think I saw something, and I looked at my playback just to see if I saw what I think I saw. Fellas, we'll see here in a second. 100% stock. Yeah, auto strut is something that's been in the game for a good while, dude. Fellas, does it look like the rear... Oh no, okay. It's just an illusion. I thought those were too far back. I always forget to do it, Mutter, but... Oh. The wider stance seems to have done the trick. I just don't understand why we're leaning. Get up there. Well, that strut isn't run correctly, so that's good. Whatever, no problem. Can do it on this. Does the lean matter that much? Yeah. Yeah, it kind of does. Second one is not strutted correctly. But it is doing it. It's moving it just fine. Just gotta find a better way to be centered. But yeah, it'll do it. Guys, I saw what I needed to see. That just lifted 40 tons. That fuel tank is full, guys. It's full. It's not bad. That really isn't bad at all. I could have sworn that I already strutted this thing correctly. Maybe I didn't strut it exactly like the rest of these things. All right, guys. Let's take it to the next level. Put this out. I'm wondering if you could strut them sideways and have it raise higher up. Strut what sideways?
Discovery.
Hey,
Lower
Leg.
throttle up.
53 months. Shut up and take my money! Or keep talking and take my money too. The first part is negotiable. Okay. Alright, that's fair. The struts are sideways and it raises the mast upwards. The struts. The struts. There's... I'm failing to get it, DeLorean. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. We exceeded the traverse limit of those back of the pistons that I set the limiter on. That's why the hydraulics popped out there. That was actually, for a change, that was something that I did that screwed it up. I mean, don't get me wrong, all of it's something that I did that screwed something up, but when is it not? Okay. Let's try something. So, I'm gonna get the SSDO out. I'm gonna try to lift it. See what we can do. See if we can do it. By all accounts, that thing should lift. This thing should be able to get it to go. It's not going to lift the big one. This is just the small one. And then once we do this, we'll get into space news, okay? Oh, it ain't fitting under there. She ain't gonna fit under that.
Discovery,
No.
go and throttle up.
SPMT won't get underneath that. We got to move this down. We'll do it just for testing. Looks weird that high up off the ground like that. I got the film developed and these are the photos. All that, and we didn't make sure it would fit. Never built an SPMT before. Oh, hey, that last one though, or Sean, excuse me. That's cool. Sorry. Say, is it safe to merge the SPMT? You can't. No, you can't merge it. No, hell no. Yeah, merging it won't work. I would just move the freaking gear. Where's the COM end up? I'll just make myself a note. Test vehicle, do not use for HT for hybrid tech modifications. Ugh, it looks like Buran with that stupid gear all the way back there like that. You know what? I'm just gonna put it back up where it was. I don't care. It'll be tilted down a little bit, space shuttle style. It's fine. Alright, get rid of the jet truck. And I have a marker on our center of mass. What's in the payload bay? Anything? Oh, it's just a sat. Alright. Dry is 44, wet's 180. What? No, Mutter. No moving when it's full of fuel. No. Shouldn't have done that. The SBMT was completely off the runway. I don't know why I picked it up. Why I picked up that it was, but whatever. It's very weird. Not bad. Yeah, I'm gonna need this thing to go a little bit faster. It's gonna take a second to get over there. Why is... Nice. Nice. That number 2, left side, broke. Again. Why does it hate that mount in particular? I don't understand. What is wrong with that thing? Dude, like, I must be forgetting to toggle something every time. Like, I don't understand. That one broke again. We got the first one figured out, and now the second one is a little messed up. That's very weird, man. Seems like the one you copy from has issues. So Mutter, unless I need to make 8 of these, one off from scratch, I don't know what else to do. Right? Like, unless we put one at the front and we just copy it to make the other ones and then delete the original, you know? It's very weird. Very, very weird. I don't understand. Alright, we're getting late for space news, dudes. We'll just put it out there. We'll do the test, see if it lifts. Yeah, Mutter, we'd have to test to see if copying like that does screw something up. Either way, dude, this thing, if we do figure out what the heck's going on with this thing, I think we got something pretty cool. This actually is a SPMT. It does... It can lift up 40 tons even with the thing freaking out. It should work. Yeah, we should have an SPMT pretty much figured out. There's not... Like, is there something I'm missing? I don't think so. The front right is not acting. The front right is acting strange. Something is strange with it. Would a time warp reset it? I don't know. Nope, whatever it did, it drifted the hydraulic, Mutter. It bent the hydraulic. Huh. Well, that's good. That one's just popped out of socket for whatever stupid reason. I don't understand why that's doing that, but it is. Because of course it is, you know? We'll still try to lift it, see what happens. How goes the build? Not bad. We're having some weird symmetry problems, dude. But other than that, dude, it's actually pretty cool. We have, I mean, this is an SPMT. That's what it is. It's also kind of important to note that there must be something with SPMTs that I don't understand here. There could be something with it that I just don't get. All right. Okay, go forward, see what happens. Oh man, all right. we gotta secure it because this thing is breaking it's breaking all kinds of something fierce, man. But that's pretty funny. It does move it. It is moving. That is pretty cool. I'm sorry. This thing is totally bent. It's totally broken. But it did do it. It did it. That's pretty funny, man. Hey, Novus, what's going on? That's cool. It did it. Who would have thunk? Can I do it one more time before Space News, please? Please, can we mess with this one more thing? Here, I'll make it go faster this time. We'll go faster. Faster this time. I'm telling you. Guys, an SPMT with the locators, with some RCS locators on it, I think we might be in business. Where's the claw? 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 Huh? Claw? I have no idea what you're talking about. Faster! The freaking SSDO is moving. Okay, let's do this. Ready? Hey, not bad. Once again, still compressing that front suspension, and we die. Yep. We could just get a way to figure out a way to center that damn thing. It would work, but it doesn't want to. All right. Well, that was fun. That thing is cool. All right, let's start space news. I've seen what I've seen. I've seen what I needed to see. That's a cool way of doing that, but it's too. It leans. It just leans everywhere. I'm not sure how we could get around that. How did you connect the ET to the orbiter with Collins? With a docking port. It's a docking port, Reagan. Docking port in the front, and then I used Kraken Tech with 2 RCS balls in the back. No docking ports out back. Is that thing really 300 parts by itself? It is. Ugh. Well, this was a cool idea, but I don't think it's gonna work. It's cool, but yeah, it just doesn't really lift. Can't really lift anything. The only other thing I could kind of think of is if we use rover wheels. But there's no rover wheels that are really going to do what we want them to do, huh? Unless we just kind of pasted some of these bad boys on there. A docking port poker, yeah, sure, but nothing grips in this game. Everything just slides around, which is really annoying. And this thing's incessant need to lean forward is very, very obnoxious. Even though its center of mass is perfectly centered. I just don't understand why it's doing that. Yeah, the grip pads didn't grip, Forlorn. They didn't grip. I had grip pads on top of this. Didn't grip. They just slid right off. Yeah. Strange. It doesn't matter, Mutter. It really, at least I don't think it does. I've had grip pads grip just fine. Yeah, I could link two together, Snib, but then it's going to be 600 parts. It's just too high a part count. But we did make one, and that's cool. Yeah. All right. Well, that was a fun early hours thing. Let's jump into space news here. I'm not going to take a break. I'm just going to show the title card